Welcome everyone to Italy for today's duel. We've got Catalyst taking on Vortex in a highly anticipated match. Vortex starts things off strong, getting the better of Catalyst from the Tetris. Vortex is definitely looking to shake off that recent slump. Catalyst has consistently dominated this specific rivalry, winning 68% of their historical encounters. It makes sense why he's looking so comfortable right now. We'll see if Vortex can actually break that pattern today. Everything is completely deadlocked at 2 apiece right now. This is playing out exactly like their last 3 meetings. Vortex is starting to build some serious momentum here, taking a lead in this early stretch. Both of them were fighting for their lives in that one, but he manages to push through and secure his 3rd straight. Catalyst answers back right here, cutting the deficit to a single round. It's clear why the top 3 player on the ladder is staying composed. Vortex is currently fighting for a spot in the top 5, and honestly, he's playing with a lot more confidence than his recent struggle suggests. He's finally managing to get a lead against one of the most consistent players in the league. It will be interesting to see if he can keep this pace up. Absolute precision there as he pushes his lead to a 4-round gap. He's completely taken over this map, continuing a fierce run heading into the break. Vortex takes an 8-4 lead into the break, and honestly this is a shocking turn of events given Catalyst's total control over this rivalry. He is firmly in the driver's seat right now. Time for a clean slate. Vortex is just cruising along with a 5-round cushion. He really looks focused after that recent slump. Vortex just can't be stopped, extending his grip to 10. A complete reversal from their last encounter just 16 hours ago. He's on a tear right now, shutting everything down with a lightning fast response. Catalyst finally finds an opening, walking away from that exchange without taking any damage. A quick reset for the leader, putting him just a single round away from victory. He's really asserting himself as the favorite in this particular matchup. What a conclusion. Vortex shuts the door with a blistering final shot to secure the series. He just completely flipped the script on the head-to-head today, proving he's still a top-tier threat in this league. Welcome to Redline. We've got Phantom and Vortex facing off today to see who comes out on top. Phantom holds a strong 60% win rate in their head-to-head history, but he's coming into this match slightly shaken after losing their most recent encounter. It'll be interesting to see if he can actually leverage that long-term advantage today. Vortex looks a step ahead early, taking control from the ramp to start things off. He's definitely playing with confidence after that recent match against Catalyst. Vortex is really surging ahead with a 2-round lead. The #1 rated player in the league is starting to wake up. Phantom claws back to lock it at 2 apiece. Looking like the top rated guy in the lobby right now. Absolute shutdown. He's on a tear now, claiming 3 straight. The favorite is quickly regaining his footing after a slow start. And he answers back immediately, bringing the score right back to a deadlock. Vortex is really fighting the script today. Vortex just outdueled him from the bottom, really putting a grip on this match. The top seed is having a tough time getting an answer here. Phantom secures that exchange from the ramp to bring us right back to a tie. Exactly what we expect from the world #1. Phantom edges ahead by 1, taking a slim lead. He looks completely locked in after that rough start. They're neck and neck as we enter double digits. That was a blindingly fast exchange. Phantom puts on a nice display of positioning, winning that battle from the ramp. This looks a lot like the usual trend for these two. We've got a dead heat at 6-6. I mean, this is really leaning into that underdog narrative for Phantom. He's proving he can hang with the favorite on this map, and it's a complete toss-up going into the second half. Side swap, reset time. Phantom just breaks the tie to move a step ahead. Vortex has struggled a bit lately with that 30% recent form. Phantom has a massive advantage in their head-to-head history, winning about 60% of their encounters. It's really looking like he's asserting that dominance right now. He's playing exactly like the top seed should be playing in this situation. Phantom's extending the gap to a 2-round cushion. He's definitely looking more comfortable than he did against Catalyst lately. Phantom is really starting to pull away now, taking control of the map from that ramp position. He's really capitalizing on that rating difference right now. He's just unstoppable right now, extending his lead to a 4-round gap. Absolute precision on those shots to put the pressure on. Vortex clears the ramp to halt the momentum and get back in this. The underdog is refusing to go away quietly. What a fight! He barely scrapes through that exchange from the ramp to reach match point. That was an incredibly tight scramble to get the edge. Vortex secures a clean round here to keep his hopes alive. He's really digging in to fight back from this deficit. And there it is, Phantom closes the door on this series with a fierce final exchange. Vortex really gave him a run for his money, but the top seed just knew how to close it out when it mattered. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Today we have Catalyst taking on the heavily favored Phantom on Mapas. Phantom is playing at home here with a 70% map win rate. That's a stark difference compared to how Catalyst has struggled in this environment. We'll see if the top seed can keep this pace up. Both of them decided to fight for the same space on the ramp, and Catalyst came out on top. The head-to-head history actually favors Catalyst, despite the map odds. Phantom is just one step closer to a sweep. He's really asserting that top seed status early on. Phantom's just dominating this series with a huge 3-1 lead. The league's #1 seed is looking completely comfortable. Catalyst is showing some real grit here, refusing to let the top seed take a commanding lead. That's the top 5 seed proving he can hang with the best. Phantom is cruising along with a 4-2 cushion. He's really capitalizing on that top spot on the ladder. Catalyst keeps fighting to close that 4-3 gap. It's surprising how the momentum shifts when they meet. The momentum has completely flipped. Catalyst is now the one putting the pressure on. That's how he manages his 53% head-to-head advantage. He holds that ramp perfectly to grab a lead and keep the streak going. The #1 seed is suddenly under an immense amount of pressure. Just a complete demolition as he secures another point, really taking over this match. A quick adjustment from Phantom to keep this close as we approach the halfway mark. That's the momentum swinging back just before the break. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead into the break. We're seeing the favorite hold his ground despite the map disadvantage. This looks exactly like what we anticipated before the start. Switching sides. Let's get back in. Unbelievable. He scrapes through a frantic exchange, barely hanging on with a sliver of health. That was a hard-stopping way to bring it back to 1. We are deadlocked at 7-all now. It's a battle for the top spot on the ladder now. A cold-blooded victory as Phantom regains control and extends his streak to 3. That's a dominant stretch from the top-rated player in the league. A strong response here to bring the series back to a dead heat. Everything is wide open for both of them now. Phantom edges ahead, clutching a slim 1-point advantage. It's a pattern we saw in their last meeting on Italy. Phantom is really starting to exert his authority, taking a lead and putting his #1 seed status on full display. Well, it's hard to ignore that gap in skill when he's this focused. We need to see Catalyst find an answer quickly. Tied up at 10 each. This is a complete toss-up. A strong way to bounce back after that recent loss to Vortex. He is simply untouchable right now, extending his streak to 3 and pulling ahead in the count. He's showing a lot of confidence for someone who just lost to Vortex. He claims another point from the ramp, putting him just 1 round away from victory. He's simply outclassing everyone on the server right now. He manages to dig in and fight back, keeping the match alive with a hard-fought round. He needed that response to keep this series alive. What a finale. He closes this out in style to secure the victory. To walk away with a Welcome everyone, we're on Orange today for a great match between Catalyst and Vortex. Let's see who takes the win. Catalyst holds a massive historical lead in this rivalry with a 68% head-to-head win rate, and honestly, that long-term dominance makes him the clear favorite here. It'll be interesting to see if Vortex can actually shift the momentum today. Catalyst is really pulling away with a 2-1 lead. We're looking at a battle between the number 3 and 4 seeds. The speed of these exchanges is just wild. Catalyst is reacting almost instantly right now. He's just too quick. Catalyst extends his lead with another flawless encounter. Vortex is usually much more reliable on this particular surface. He's just completely in control right now, putting together a 4-round tier. This is a total reversal from their last encounter on Italy. What a fight! He barely survives that exchange to push the lead to 6-1. He's proving to be the stronger player today. Pure madness from the favorite as he extends his run to 6 straight. The rating gap between these two is almost non-existent. The pressure is becoming immense as he secures another fast round to move to 8-1. He's simply on another level right now, making things look effortless with an 8-round stretch. He's just completely taking over, putting a huge dent in the opposition right before the break. Absolute perfection from a player who's sitting at the top of the ladder. Catalyst heads into the break with a huge 11-1 lead. And honestly, he's playing exactly like the favorite we expected today. Vortex has practically no room for error if he wants to salvage this match. Let's see if Vortex wakes up. Vortex finally manages to find a gap and secure his second round of the map. A gutsy recovery given the current mountain he has to climb. Vortex is putting up a fight here, refusing to just let this one slide. He edges out the duel on the ramp to put himself just 1 round away from victory. A fast response to shut down that brief comeback attempt. A huge reflex play there to keep the series alive for now. He's really fighting the good fight despite the odds. He's really starting to dig in his heels now. He's keeping the pressure high, securing another victory to push this streak to 3. The underdog is finally starting to look comfortable out there. What a finish. Catalyst closes out the series with a final winning shot to seal the victory. Vortex really tried to claw his way back, but that 10-round tier earlier in the match was just too much to recover from. Welcome everyone, we've got a great match on Fast Aim today featuring Phantom and Vortex. Phantom is the clear favorite here with a 67% win rate on this specific map. You know, he's widely regarded as the best player in the league, so he should be able to bounce back from that early round loss. Unreal. Both of them were down to nothing, but Vortex just barely scrapes through that exchange. Vortex is looking really sharp today, playing some great games. What a scramble. Phantom holds on by a thread to even things up at 2-2. Vortex is playing a massive number of games today. Phantom takes the lead with a nail-biting 3-2 advantage. He's looking a lot more confident than he did against Catalyst. Absolute control from him, completing a 3-round tier with a totally clean finish. Vortex finds his mark to hold that momentum. He certainly has a history of playing him close. Phantom leads the head-to-head comfortably with over 2,000 wins in their career meetings. That long-term dominance usually puts a huge amount of pressure on the opponent. It will be interesting to see if Vortex can shake that mental weight and close the gap. That was a crisp shot, showing some real grit from the trailing player. That's a very clean response to keep the gap manageable. Phantom is just too strong from that window, really putting his opponent on the defensive here. Vortex is definitely feeling the weight of his current slump. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, the odds makers had this going the other way, but the underdog is comfortably in charge right now. He's simply outperforming the favorite so far. Time for a clean slate. Vortex takes advantage of that high ground, shutting down the challenge from the ramp. It's a battle of the top 5 as he tries to stay in this. He's refusing to go away, landing a perfect shot to keep the pressure high. The momentum is shifting as he cuts into that lead. Both players fought for the same piece of ground, but Phantom managed to come out on top in that scramble. That's a heavy workload for someone who's played 21 rounds already today. Phantom's pulling away now with a solid 10-6 cushion. Looking at that rating difference, the top seed is just too precise. He is absolutely on fire right now, extending that run to 3 straight wins. Looking like a repeat of that 13-9 result we saw earlier today. He is simply unstoppable right now, clamping down on this map and moving within striking distance of the finish. What a stand. Vortex earns a huge round here, knocking Phantom off the toolbox. A huge boost for him to break that run. Absolutely flawless finish to wrap it all up. Phantom secures the series right here. He just looks a step ahead of the field today. Another big win for the world, #1 to keep his momentum going. Welcome to the Dunes. We've got Catalyst and Phantom facing off to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Phantom is arguably the most dangerous name in the league right now, sitting at the top of our rating. He's certainly looking to capitalize on that confidence here. He has a huge statistical advantage on this specific map, and we're seeing those numbers start to matter in the early stages. He's just completely in control, racking up another quick victory. Catalyst shows some grit here, putting a halt to that early run. The underdog is finally showing some teeth early on. Unreal. Both players were practically dead, but he manages to scrape through with a tiny bit of health left. The world #1 is starting to assert himself. He secures this one from the box to narrow the gap to 2. Still a long way to go for the underdog to flip this script. He's not going away, managing to string together a second straight round. The pressure is really starting to mount for the favorite. He keeps the heat up from the box to bring us back to a dead even split. The favorite is looking a bit rattled right now. A sudden response from the favorite to reclaim the edge. He's consistently the toughest opponent in the league for anyone. Catalyst actually holds a historical lead in their head-to-head meetings, and honestly he was the one who came out on top in their most recent clash. It will be interesting to see if he can find a way to climb back into this one. We've got a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. I mean, this is exactly what you'd expect from two heavy hitters. It's a total toss-up now, and we'll see who blinks first after the switch. Let's see who takes the lead now. Phantom edges ahead with a slim 7-6 lead. It's looking like that rating gap might actually matter today. A lightning fast trade from the boxes, and now everything is leveled at 7 apiece. Tight back and forth battle as we head toward the finish. Phantom really capitalized on that high ground mistake, putting the pressure back on the challenger. He's really starting to look like the #1 seed. Good grief, what a scramble! He barely makes it out alive with a sliver of health. He is really putting that top seed status on display. What a grueling exchange, but he digs deep to secure the round and keep this fight alive. He's really refusing to let the favorite slide into an easy victory. Phantom has a 2-round cushion as we move forward. His form today is mirroring that huge win over Vortex. He finds his resolve, clawing back another round to stay in the fight. That was a blistering pace for the kill. Phantom just absolutely dismantled him from below, taking control of the momentum here. He's proving why he's the best player on the ladder. Another clean look for Catalyst, showing real persistence as he keeps closing the gap. The underdog is putting up a legitimate fight despite the odds. He clears out that box perfectly to bring us back to a deadlock. This is getting an incredibly tense feel to it. Another absolute shutout for the challenger, putting him just 1 round away from victory. Incredible. Catalyst storms back to close this out, completing a breathtaking turnaround victory. He just completely stole the momentum when it mattered most, refusing to let the top seed shut the door. Absolute grit from the challenger. What a fight! Welcome to the arena. We have Catalyst and Vortex stepping up for this match, where the favorite looks very strong. What a scramble. Catalyst barely walks away with this one after a chaotic fight from the box. Vortex really put on a show there, quickly shutting down Catalyst while he was holding the Tetris. Catalyst holds a commanding historical lead with over 500 total round wins against Vortex. It's clear that this mental edge persists even when they're on a neutral playing field. I wonder if Vortex can actually break this cycle today. Catalyst is really starting to separate himself here, and it's not helping that Vortex is getting picked off while trying to hold that ramp. He is simply outclassing his opponent right now, securing yet another round. He's looked incredibly sharp in his recent outings today. Vortex is showing some real grit, taking this one without taking any damage at all. He really needed a result like that to shake off a tough start. He is putting up a strong fight, keeping the pressure high as the gap shrinks. He's completely neutralized the initial lead. He's completely turned this around, locking in with a third straight round to level things up. It is a massive shift from the early projection of the match. Catalyst answers back from the boost to regain a slim lead. A huge confidence boost for the number 3 seed. Catalyst has been on a roll with an 80% win rate in his last 10 games. It's clear the momentum from those earlier victories today is carrying over into this set. Vortex needs to find a way to disrupt that flow before it gets completely out of hand. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the break. Well, everything is playing out exactly as we thought, with both players trading blows and refusing to buckle. It will be interesting to see who blinks first in the second half. Fresh start for both guys. Vortex secures the lead, fighting from the boost to claw back into this series. His composure is looking frighteningly steady right now. Catalyst uses the height advantage to secure the round and keep this deadlock alive. Vortex is really struggling to close the map today. He's really digging in, erasing another round to keep the pressure on Catalyst. That was a lightning fast finish. He is continuing to climb back, securing a second straight victory to move into a comfortable position. He's just unstoppable right now, taking 0 damage as he pushes the leads to 10. He's playing like the heavy favorite right now. Catalyst finds his footing again from the ramp to slow this momentum down. The underdog is showing a lot of resilience in this set. Vortex manages to outduel him from the Tetris, continuing a strong surge in this match. A very opportunistic sequence for the favorite to capitalize on. A gritty scrap ends in his favor, and suddenly Vortex is just 1 round away from victory. A complete reversal from those early round projections. Absolute perfection. Vortex shuts the door on this series with a flawless final play to secure the map. He really needed this one to snap that losing streak. It's a huge result for him given how much Catalyst usually dominates this pairing. Welcome everyone, we've got Phantom and Vortex facing off on Mappas to see who comes out on top today. Phantom enters this set with a 70% win rate on the map, and while he holds a significant advantage in the head-to-head record, he has looked vulnerable in his last few matches. He will need to find some consistency quickly if he wants to keep pace with the early momentum Vortex has built. What an absolute war. He barely scrapes by to even things up at 1-1. His ranking as the league's top player is starting to show. Phantom takes a commanding lead as we head into round 4. Vortex had that 13-8 win over Catalyst, so he's definitely capable of this. He is completely taken over the server, securing his 3rd straight round with a total shutout. The number 1 seed is quickly putting on a clinic. Vortex responds quickly, putting a stop to the momentum shift. He's certainly bringing a lot of confidence into this series. Unreal, he survives a chaotic exchange and claws back to a dead heat at 3-3. Vortex has been playing out of his mind across his series today. Phantom pushes ahead again, reclaiming a thin lead. The league's current number 1 is starting to flex his muscles. Phantom just shuts him down on the ramp, firmly grasping control of this set. He really looked impenetrable in their last meeting on fast aim. Simply untouchable right now. He's completely outclassing his opponent to build a 3-round lead. What a scrap! He survives by a thread to keep this run going. He's really making his top seed status felt in this series. He's absolutely on fire, picking up another round and tightening his grip on this opening half. He's looking every bit the league leader right now. Phantom takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. We expected Vortex to carry this series, but he's getting steamrolled. That 6-round run by the underdog completely flipped the script on this match. Vortex needs a total reset. Phantom's overall career success rate is sitting at 63%. Well, it's essentially that high level of consistency that makes him so hard to shake once he gets a lead. He should be able to lock this down regardless of a few setbacks. Phantom is just ruthless, pushing his lead to 10-5. Vortex is fighting for every single point here. Vortex is putting up a fight, picking up 2 in a row to keep this series well within reach. He is definitely showing that top 5 form right now. Phantom just shut the door on that little comeback attempt, putting himself firmly back in the driver's seat. It's been a long day for the world number 1 so far. A complete shutdown, and now Phantom is just 1 step away from victory. The skill gap between these two is really starting to show. And that's it. He closes it out with a final burst to secure the victory. Vortex kept the fight alive for a bit, but those rapid-fire rounds just killed any hope of a comeback. Welcome to Redline. We have a great matchup today between Catalyst and Phantom to see who takes the win. Phantom looks sharp early on, taking a strong opening position on the ramp to secure the first point. Phantom is really asserting himself right now, which is surprising since Catalyst historically wins about 54% of their encounters. It's a curious start because he's usually the one keeping the pressure on in this rivalry. Let's see if he can shake off this slow start. Phantom is absolutely rolling with a commanding 3-1 lead. The number 1 seed is definitely proving his class early. These exchanges are happening so quickly now, Catalyst simply isn't reacting in time to the speed of this match. He's starting to dig in, taking that round with a blistering fast shot. That's exactly how we expected the challenger to play tonight. Phantom is just relentless, holding a heavy 3-point lead. The top-rated man on the ladder is putting on a show. He's showing a lot of grit, clawing back into this match to narrow the deficit. He's playing with plenty of confidence right now. Catalyst typically dominates on this map with a 78% win rate. It's just strange to see him struggling to translate that knowledge into results today. He really needs to figure out how to neutralize Phantom's aggression before the gap widens. Catalyst is starting to look much more comfortable using that ramp to get a clear shot on the target. It's a tough look for the number 1 seed right now. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he is completely defying the script right now. He's keeping the favorite off balance and playing exactly like a top seed should. Time for a total reset. The momentum has completely flipped in this second half. He's starting to force the issue now. He walks away completely unscathed here, bringing the total score level. The favorite is officially under a mountain of pressure. Unbelievable, he's now firmly in control, taking the lead after that gritty performance. He's just totally outclassing the room right now. Pure brilliance. He's completely dismantled his opponent to stretch the lead to 9-7. A total reversal of fortune from how this match began. He just can't be stopped. Using the height of the ramp to keep this run going. Everything is just clicking for the favorite right now. Total shutout here as he starts to chip away at that deficit. A momentary breath for the top seed to recover his footing. Phantom puts on a strong display here, knocking his opponent off the ramp. A quick response here to put a stop to that run. What an incredible surge. He's back in the lead and just tightened his grip on this series. Huge stop for the underdog, securing another victory in a chaotic exchange on the ramp. That's a huge swing in favor of the higher seed. Phantom is simply unstoppable, securing another victory and moving within a single round of the finish line. What a finish. Phantom storms back to shut the door and secure the series win. He really had to dig deep for that one. The resilience shown in those final rounds was just incredible. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. Catalyst and Vortex are heading to Italy to see who takes the win today. Catalyst really dominates the head-to-head numbers, winning 68% of their encounters. It's worth noting that Vortex managed to take their most recent meeting. It'll be interesting to see if that confidence carries over today. Catalyst holds a narrow lid as we hit round 4. Tough shake-off for the top 3 seed here. Vortex has all the momentum right now, taking control of the map with a really fast set of rounds. Both players traded heavy damage in that scramble, but Vortex survives the chaos to keep this run going. He's just too fast right now, securing another quick kill to move ahead. It's getting a bit surreal seeing the favorite stumble this hard. Just a few spots apart on the ladder today. We are deadlocked at 4-all, totally back to square one. He's proving to be a real challenge today for the 5th ranked player. He wipes the floor with his opponent, catching him right off the wine to seize full control. A desperate trade-off, but Catalyst survives the scrap to keep this run rolling. A huge turn of events for the 3rd ranked player here. Vortex shuts him down right off the wine to close the gap before the switch. That was a surgical strike to get back in this. We're all square at 6 apiece. I mean, things are playing out exactly how we'd expect given how close these two are on the rankings. Both players have already put up 4 in a row today. Fresh start for both. Catalyst takes the lead by a single round. Looking to shake off those 2 losses from earlier today. Catalyst has a really strong 22-14 record today. It's impressive to see him lean into that momentum to pull away from a tight game. He's putting a lot of pressure on Vortex to find an answer right now. Catalyst barely holds the edge at 8-7. A tight battle between the 3rd and 5th best players in our rating. Vortex claws right back to tie things up at 8. A huge contrast to those dominating numbers in their overall head-to-head. Catalyst manages to reclaim a bit of ground by holding that high ground on the Tetris. And just like that, we're tied up again at 9. His 51% career win rate really keeps things grounded. Catalyst was just too quick from the wine, putting a lot of pressure back on the map. He's looking to rebound from that loss against Phantom. The momentum is shifting firmly in Catalyst's favor as he pulls further away. That's a stark contrast to the result from their other match today. A real nail-biter now. Vortex refuses to let Catalyst close this out comfortably. A flawless victory for Catalyst, putting him just 1 round away from closing this out. He's certainly proving his worth as a top 10 threat. A blink. And you missed it! Exchange that gives the underdog another chance to stay alive. Absolute chaos here. Vortex forces the deadlock, sending us straight into overtime. Vortex was looking dangerous, but Catalyst shuts down that mini run just when it mattered. And an absolute grind for the guy sitting at number 3. It's a complete toss-up now, and the pace of these encounters is just electric. The momentum is swirling back toward the number 5 seed. Vortex is putting on a show right now, moving a step closer to an improbable victory. Both of these players are absolutely refusing to buckle under the pressure in this overtime stretch. Neither player is giving an inch in this series. He strikes again, putting himself on the cusp of victory with a precise shot. A huge fight back from the lower ranked player to keep this series going. Unbelievable. He closes the door from the wine and secures the series. He really had to fight through the mud in those final moments, but he's the one walking away with the victory. Heart-stopping stuff. Welcome everyone. Phantom and Vortex are heading to Dunes for this match to see who comes out on top. Phantom has a 60% win rate in their head-to-head history, so yeah, he normally holds a significant advantage over Vortex. It'll be interesting to see if that long-term dominance offsets the rocky start he's had in this match. Unreal, he manages to survive a total war of attrition to take the lead. The number 1 seed is certainly playing to his rating. What a fight, he nearly goes down, but claws his way through to extend the lead. Vortex has really struggled against him throughout their career history. A quick response here as he cleans up the exchange. Vortex has really been fighting for his life in today's matches. And just like that, Vortex ties it up at 3-all. He's currently playing the role of the underdog perfectly. He just can't find an answer right now, and the momentum is shifting entirely. The search continues as Vortex secures another fast point to further the lead. The top seed is looking completely rattled. A rapid exchange here as he secures a fast response to keep things close. Incredible grit from Vortex, barely scraping through that chaos to extend the advantage. He's certainly making his presence felt despite the rating gap. Vortex still holds the edge with a slim 6-5 lead. He's definitely showing why he's currently ranked first on the ladder. We are all squared up at 6 apiece heading into the break. While Phantom is proving he belongs at the top of the rankings by refusing to back down. He's fought through some scary streaks to keep the map level. Let's see who blinks first. Phantom takes a narrow lead with 7 rounds down. He's putting on a real show after that dominant victory on Mapas earlier. Phantom is really capitalizing on his current form with a 4-2 record over the last 24 hours. That momentum seems to be snowballing as he takes control of the map. If he continues this pace, the result could be a quick affair. He's just not letting up, securing a 4th straight with a perfect snapshot. He is simply untouchable right now, securing another seamless point to widen the gap. Vortex has had a brutal stretch across his last few servers. He's simply in a league of his own, standing on the precipice of victory with an incredible 6-round run. Total shifting control from how this started. Absolute victory. He shuts the door on this match with a towering performance. He really just decided to take over the map completely. Phantom continues his hot streak today with another clean series. Welcome everyone. We're live at the arena for a great battle between Catalyst and Phantom. Catalyst leads the all-time head-to-head series with 364 wins. It's a significant historical cushion, but Phantom recently took the most recent encounter. It'll be interesting to see if Phantom can use that momentum to close the gap today. Phantom holds a slim lead as we head back. He's looking every bit the #1 seed so far. A huge duel on the ramp, and Catalyst comes out on top to level things up. Both players are fighting a tough battle for the early lead. A total stalemate on the Tetris, but Phantom was just a fraction faster to connect. The top seed is definitely playing his way into this one. Phantom is really pulling away with a 4-2 grip. The top ranked player in our rating is putting on a clinic. And another one. He's just completely shut down any hopes of a comeback from his opponent. A really strong start for the top seed in the bracket. He's just too sharp right now, extending the streak to 4 straight. He looks extremely confident coming off that strong result against Vortex. Catalyst answers back with a sharp shot, getting a crucial round back. The third ranked player is starting to make his mark. He secures another one from the ramp, proving he's not going to fold under the pressure. Phantom is currently putting together a high-impact run with his last 3 matches, all resulting in wins. He's definitely carrying that momentum into this specific series. If he keeps this pace, it'll be a quick turnaround for the #3 seed. Phantom takes a healthy 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, the favorite is really struggling here. We might be witnessing a total flip of the script as the top seed continues to outclass his opponent. Time for a total reset. Phantom just keeps climbing, pushing a commanding 9-4 lead. The world #1 is just completely in control here. Phantom is absolutely dominating now, sitting at 10-4. He's really cementing the top spot on the ladder today. The momentum has shifted back decisively as he wraps up another round without taking any damage. A massive performance and a huge statement for the top-rated player. Unbelievable! He barely survives that exchange with just 6 HP left, putting him on match point. That was a hair's breadth of a victory. A smooth response from the underdog to keep the dream alive. He's showing he can definitely hang with the best today. Another clean connect for the underdog, and he just refuses to go quietly. A surprising turn of events considering the pre-match projection. He's on fire, taking control of the boost to put up another win. What a total collapse for the top seed. What a finish. Phantom shuts it down with one final blow to secure the series victory. He's really putting on a show today, clearly finding his rhythm against one of the most consistent players in the league. Welcome everyone to Mapas. We have Catalyst taking on Vortex in a battle where the favorite faces a tough challenge. Catalyst really struggles on this specific layout with a win rate of only 37%. That puts him at a disadvantage against a player who generally handles this map much better. It'll be interesting to see if Catalyst can overcome those historical struggles early on. Vortex holds a slim lead as we head back in. He's got an imposing lifetime lead over his opponent in the head-to-head. Vortex is really leaning into this early momentum, keeping the pressure high as he pushes for a wider gap. Catalyst manages to hold the ramp and brings this back to a one-round game. That top 3 seed is starting to wake up. We are all squared up now. Things just got intense. The number 3 ranked player is looking dangerous right now. Vortex edges ahead by 1 as we enter round 7. A high-tier showdown between the league's top 5. Catalyst actually holds a dominating lifetime lead in their head-to-head. He's traditionally the one who controls this rivalry. He just needs to rediscover that edge to stop Vortex from pushing even further ahead in this set. Absolutely crushing it right now, taking another round and strengthening his hold on the game. The momentum has completely shifted since they last met on Italy P. Vortex keeps rolling with another win, firmly seizing control as we approach the break. Vortex is just totally taking over here. Vortex takes a strong lead at 9-3, and honestly he is completely ignoring the script here. The underdog is putting on a show, capitalizing on that 6-round streak to put Catalyst in a deep hole. Time to see if Catalyst can adapt. Vortex is just cruising now with a commanding 10-3 lead. Vortex is clearly making up for those recent losses today. Catalyst claws 1 back, but Vortex still sits at 10. It's worth noting he's in a bit of a slump recently. These rounds are ending faster and faster. The pace is really picking up now. He's definitely trying to find that 68% success rate from their head-to-head. He's just taking over, securing a 3rd straight round after an intense trade of fire. He's certainly putting that high-tier ranking on display now. He answers back immediately, keeping the pressure on his opponent. It's a rough stretch for the 5th highest rated player on the ladder. A patient duel that ends in an effortless spray, putting him just 1 step away from victory. Vortex is clearly getting the better of him in this series. Catalyst secures a vital round from the container to keep his hopes alive. That was a clean finish to momentarily stall the momentum. He keeps the fighting spirit alive, refusing to let the set end without a struggle. He's showing exactly why he entered this set with the edge. What a display of skill. He's now strung together 3 straight wins. It's a complete turnaround for the favorite right now. Unbelievable. He has completely shifted the energy of this match, moving closer to a full recovery. He's finally shaking off the early rust. Absolutely relentless. He's now claimed 5 in a row to bring this tight. Vortex is clearly feeling the pressure now. He earns a 6th straight victory from the ramp, forcing this game into a tie. Absolutely nerve-wracking to see it all come down to a final decider. What a scramble. Both players were shredded in that trade, but Vortex barely holds on to secure the lead. He really clung to life with that minimal health remaining. He manages to hold the ramp again, bringing us to a dead heat at 13-13. He's really making this an all-time classic of a series. He's simply not letting up, shutting down that counter push in a blink. A super quick burst to seize the advantage. This is pure chaos. We've hit a total stalemate in the second overtime. The two of them are practically neck and neck in the current ladder. Absolutely pristine shot. He's just one win away from completing an incredible comeback victory. He comes through with the clutch finish to keep the game alive, bringing the score level at 15. Neither side is giving an inch in this deadlock. Vortex barely manages to break the deadlock, leading 16-15. Vortex has pushed it to a 2-round gap. A really tough day so far for the number 5 seed. Vortex is narrowly ahead by a single round. His recent record shows how dangerous he can be in these close ones. Absolute parity at 17-all for these two titans. The pressure is mounting as this set reaches a total deadlock. Catalyst finally takes a 1-round lead. The pressure is really starting to weigh on him. And we are back to a stalemate at 18 apiece. A huge mental reset for the guy currently under a lot of pressure. Catalyst just snatched a slim lead, moving to 19. Vortex responds immediately to tie this up at 19. Vortex regains the edge, leading by 1 now. He's fighting through a tough run of form today. Total gridlock at 20-all after an epic clash. Vortex is really struggling to close the door here. Catalyst surges ahead, now leading 21-20. He's putting an immense amount of pressure on this final stretch. Catalyst pushes his lead further with a 22-20 cushion. He really had to dig deep to get this one over the line. Talk about a mental battle, refusing to go down after those early rounds. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we've got Phantom and Vortex facing off on orange to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Phantom enters this set with an impressive 6-2 record over the last day. It's clear he's got the momentum, and it's hard to believe he's the one starting on the back foot right now. We'll see if he can use that confidence to turn things around. Vortex is really hitting up with a 2-1 lead. Vortex is playing a lot like the favorite we expected. These early exchanges have been an absolute blur. We're seeing these encounters end in just a couple of seconds. Phantom claws back ahead with a slim 3-2 lead. The current #1 on our ladder is making it look easy. He's simply unstoppable right now, securing his 3rd consecutive win to take a 2-round lead. He really seems to have this matchup figured out today. He's simply on another level right now, picking up his 4th straight win. He's holding a massive overall lead in their head-to-head history. Vortex puts up a strong response here, keeping his composure to secure another round. The pressure is shifting after such a shaky start. Vortex is showing incredible grit, finding another round to keep this battle tight. The lead is practically non-existent at this point. Phantom has historically won about 60% of their encounters, and looking at this score, it seems that long-term dominance is starting to assert itself. Vortex has the skill to challenge, but is really fighting an uphill battle against that consistency. Phantom heads into the break with an 8-4 cushion. Well, the pre-match predictions are looking completely wrong right now. Vortex is clearly struggling to find any answers for the top seed's pressure. Vortex needs a huge wake-up call. Phantom just widened the gap to a commanding 9-4. He is really leading into the top seed status right now. Phantom's just cruising now, reaching a double-digit 10-4 lead. It's a tough day for the 5th ranked player right now. Another clean sweep for him as he puts an end to that brief resurgence from his opponent. The gap between the #1 and 5 seeds is showing he's just an absolute wall right now, moving within a hair of closing out the series. Huge moment of resilience here as Vortex manages to force the series to continue. That was a lightning fast reaction to secure the round. He keeps the pressure on with another flawless exchange to stay in this fight. He is refusing to go down without a fight. Absolute perfection on the final shot. Phantom secures the win and closes out the series. Just looked completely out of his league today, with some of the fastest reactions we've seen all set. Welcome everyone to Italy. We have Catalyst and Phantom ready to face off in this match. Phantom holds a huge advantage on this map with a 66% win rate and is generally looked much stronger in their recent encounters. It'll be interesting to see if that historical dominance carries through this series. Phantom is putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. The top seed is definitely making his presence felt early. A quick trade of shots, but he comes out on top to keep this momentum swinging. And he just keeps rolling through, taking a 4th straight round with a perfectly clean shot. The top seed is clearly in control of the server. Catalyst finds his footing, picking Phantom off the wine to halt that charge. The underdog is starting to show he belongs in this matchup. Catalyst actually holds the overall head-to-head lead in their history. Well, despite those numbers, the current form tells a different story for the world. Number 1, Phantom has been looking incredibly sharp in their recent meetings and is clearly the one dictating the pace right now. He secures another round from the Tetris, continuing his stubborn push to close the gap. He's absolutely on fire now, completing the comeback to bring us dead even. This flips the script on the pre-match expectations. Phantom manages to push the advantage, picking Catalyst off the Tetris. The top seed is proving why he's the best on the ladder. We head into the break with Phantom leading 7-5. He's definitely outperforming the pre-match expectations right now. The world number 1 is making a strong case for a sweep here. Let's see a fresh response here. Claws another one back, refusing to let the deficit get any wider. A very tight battle from a pair of highly rated competitors. Unbelievable tenacity from the underdog, equalizing the series at 7 apiece. We're seeing a complete reset of the board here. Phantom edges back in front, taking a slim 8-7 lead. He's definitely leaning into that number 1 seed confidence right now. He just can't be stopped right now, evening the series at 8-8 after a cautious exchange. A real nail-biter as both players refuse to blink. He's refusing to buckle, taking a huge step forward in this comeback attempt. A total deadlock now as Catalyst pulls it back to 9-all. He's showing why he's sitting at the top of the ladder right now. What an absolute war. He barely scrapes through that one, clutching the win with a tiny sliver of health. He's truly fighting for every single pixel of health. He's taking complete control of the server now, cruising to an 11-9 lead. He's really shaking the confidence of the favorite right now. Both of these players are reacting so quickly now. These rounds are flashing by. He's definitely feeling the confidence of that 7-2 run today. What a turnaround. He secures the edge from the Tetris and is now just 1 round away from the victory. The underdog is really making a statement in the final stretch. Phantom gets the better of him in a rapid exchange, keeping the dream alive. A razor-sharp reaction to get back in this absolute scenes. Catalyst closes it out and completes an incredible climb to victory. He really had to dig deep to get that win, especially after getting pushed so far back. Just an incredible showing from the veteran. What a fight. Welcome everyone! Catalyst and Vortex are heading to Red Line for a huge matchup, and the favorite looks ready to dominate. Vortex came out swinging, catching Catalyst right as he pushed up the ramp. He's definitely looking to shake off those recent losses. Vortex is putting on a real statement here, completely defying the historical numbers in this series. The head-to-head history usually goes the other way. Another clean take from the ramp as he pushes this lead to 3-0. Vortex had a really tough run of games coming into this one. A very sharp response here, showing he has the grit to stay in this map. He's starting to play like the man everyone expected to win today. He's refusing to back down, securing another win to keep this pressure high. What a turn of events. He's completely erased that deficit to bring us all the way back to a draw. The favorite is firmly back in control of this series. Unbelievable. That was a frantic exchange, but Catalyst barely edges it out to seize the lead. He's really starting to pull away in this. What a run. He just clears the ramp to secure his 5th straight win. Vortex is really struggling to find any answers right now. He's simply unstoppable right now, extending that streak to 6 straight. Vortex is really feeling the weight of those recent losses now. Vortex manages to clear him off the ramp and keeps this comeback alive. That puts a stop to the momentum shift for a second. He catches another one off the ramp to keep this recovery on track. He's really starting to claw back into this game. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he's definitely playing the part of the favorite. His 78% win rate on Red Line is showing, even if Vortex keeps things competitive. Vortex needs to tighten up. He secures his advantage from the ramp, showing a lot of grit as he continues this charge. It's a huge mental boost for the higher rated side. He's barely broken a sweat with that one, putting a definitive end to the counter push. He manages to flush him out of that ramp position, extending his current lead to 10. The gap between these two is becoming far too wide. He just completely dismantles the opposition in a head-on fight from the ramp, extending his win streak to 4. He is certainly playing as the stronger seed in this series. What a scramble! He manages to outlast his opponent by a hair, surviving with just 14 health. The 5th seed is fighting through a tough afternoon. Vortex is picking up speed, and those last few rounds have flown by in a blur. A huge test of nerve for the number 5 ranked player. He just cannot stop the bleed, as the challenger keeps this red-hot run going. A fierce battle between two of our highest rated contenders. He's almost there. Catalyst manages to outduel his opponent from the ramp to set up match point. He's certainly making the most of his top tier ranking tonight. He finishes it off perfectly from the ramp to close out the match. He just kept the pressure on and refused to let the game slip. That's another one in the books for Catalyst. Welcome everyone to Dunes. We have a great matchup today between Phantom and Vortex to see who takes the win. Phantom enters this match as the top-rated player in our league. It makes sense that he's starting strong given how firmly he's dominated their head-to-head history. He really has the mental edge here. Now let's see if Vortex can pull a surprise. Phantom's comfortably in the lead at 2-1 right now. Vortex is really struggling to find a spark lately. Unbelievable. Vortex manages to scrap through that one, clearing him off the box to tie the series. A nice response after a tough 6-13 loss to him earlier today. Vortex holds the momentum with a narrow 3-2 lead. He's really challenging the status quo as the underdog here. Another effortless pick for Vortex, who is now completely taking over this map. Absolute control from Vortex, who just secured his 4th straight round win. A shocking turn of events for the world #1. He's just unstoppable, taking a 5th straight round with a lightning fast shot. He's simply not missing, putting up a 6th consecutive win with that blur of a reflex shot. He just doesn't stop, swatting Phantom right off the box to reach 7 in a row. A complete reversal of the odds for this series. A complete shutdown of the opposition, securing a massive lead heading into the half. A total nightmare scenario for the top seed. Vortex takes a commanding 10-2 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly what the odds makers predicted. He looks incredibly sharp and he's simply outplaying the world #1 right now. Let's see how they shake this off. Phantom has a career win rate of 63%, which usually speaks for itself. Well, it looks like the top seed is finally starting to fight back from this deficit. It would be interesting to see if he can actually flip the momentum here. He's on fire right now, keeping his cool to secure another one. The top seed is finally starting to look like himself. A very sharp response from the favorite, putting an immediate end to that rally. Vortex is really proving he belongs in the top 5. The gap is narrowing. Phantom is really putting the pressure on now as we approach the end of the game. The top spot on our ladder is refusing to go quiet. Vortex is starting to look a bit rattled now. He's just lost his grip on this lead. He's certainly shaking off that narrow loss to Catalyst from earlier. He's completely untouchable right now, picking up another win to keep this surge going. Vortex is really feeling the weight of those recent losses right now. He's just on a different level now, keeping the streak alive to pull within 2. The gap has practically disappeared. He's just refusing to break. That's 5 straight for the top seed and he's practically back in the game. The mental fortitude he's showing right now is just incredible. Huge moment for Vortex, who puts a halt to that slide and finds himself 1 step away from victory. He manages to snatch this one back, extending his clutch run and delaying that final blow. He's showing a lot of grit to keep this contest alive. Absolute perfection. He has completely erased that lead and forced us into overtime. What a scramble. Both players were fighting for their lives there, but he keeps the roll going. He's really starting to play like the better seed here. Vortex answers back immediately, locking in a crucial tie in this overtime battle. Vortex has definitely found a second wind in this overtime push. A huge shift in confidence for the 5th ranked player. He secures a flawless victory from the box, keeping the pressure high as the score levels up. He's really digging deep to prove that the rating gap matters. Vortex outlasts him in that firefight and moves just one step away from the victory. His composure is seriously impressive under this kind of tension. Simply stunning. He catches a clean shot to push this deep into the overtime tiebreaker. His reaction time was out of this world on that last one. Phantom claws back to a 16-15 lead. Vortex levels it up, bringing us to a 16-16 deadlock. Phantom surges ahead to hold a slim one-round advantage. This level of composure is exactly why he's top of the ladder. We've reached a deadlock at 17 apiece. This is easily the most competitive match of the day. Vortex edges ahead, securing an 18-17 advantage. He's really refusing to give an inch tonight. Vortex is pulling away with a 2-round cushion. Coming back from the brink to close this out in overtime. Just incredible. He's finally snapped that losing streak in style. What a fight! Welcome to Berserk League. We've got Catalyst and Phantom facing off on fast aim to see who takes the win. Catalyst holds a narrow lead in their head-to-head history with 365 total wins over Phantom. That psychological edge is evident given. He just beat him in their most recent match. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep that pressure up. Phantom's looking strong, pushing ahead with a 2-1 lead. The league leader is certainly making his mark early. Catalyst just keeps snapping back quickly, holding that window position to keep this set even. The #1 seed is fighting to keep his composure here. They both went for the high ground on that one, but Catalyst just had the faster reaction. It's a tough spot for the best player in the league to be in. Phantom is really starting to trade blows with him now, keeping it tight after that clear shot on the ramp. Phantom is looking very comfortable from that window, capitalizing on his current momentum. That map proficiency is starting to show through. A sudden shift in control as he secures another win from the window, building a substantial 3-round surge. The #1 ranked player is really asserting his dominance. What a frantic exchange, but he comes out on top to extend that streak to 4. The gap in map preference is really staring us in the face. Catalyst manages to pick him off the window, showing some real grit to start clawing back into this. He's definitely proving why he was the slight favorite going into this. Unbelievable. He survives by a thread after fighting it out from the toolbox. A genuine nail-biter that almost went the other way. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead heading into the switch. I mean, the underdog is really capitalizing on his map knowledge here. He's putting together a great run and completely flipping the script on the early predictions. Time for the swap. Phantom has an incredibly deep pool of experience here with over 17,000 matches under his belt. That massive volume of play probably explains why he looks so settled while he manages this lead. We have to see if he can maintain this composure to close things out. He's putting on a clinic from the ramp, continuing this impressive surge to narrow the deficit. A huge shift in momentum as those recent losses start piling up. Unbelievable. He barely escapes with his life, surviving that brutal exchange by a hair. The world #1 is really finding his form tonight. Phantom is firmly in control with a 10-7 lead. That top tier rating is starting to differentiate himself here. Catalyst just effortlessly clears him off the ramp, showing plenty of fight to stay in this. Phantom is putting a lot of pressure on Catalyst now, keeping the lead firmly in his grasp. He's clearly feeling the effects of that strong 7-3 run today. He's refusing to go quietly, shutting this one down instantly to keep the comeback alive. He's just one step away from victory after that sharp exchange. Very quick response to put the pressure right back on. What a finale! Both players were trading heavy damage in a wild scramble, but he digs deep to close the series. That was an absolute war of attrition. He just managed to claw his way back and secure a massive result. What a fight! Welcome everyone to the arena. We have Catalyst and Vortex facing off to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Catalyst has a heavy historical lead here, controlling the head-to-head matchup 532 to 248. He definitely knows how to beat his opponent. It'll be interesting to see if he can regain that control after dropping the opening round. Complete reversal of fortunes as he surges ahead with 3 straight. He's playing with immense confidence despite that lower ladder standing. He answers back with a clean kill, proving he won't just fold under the pressure. He's really fighting to live up to those favorite expectations now. Another quick exchange and he's keeping his foot on the gas. He's effectively wiped out the lead he gave up earlier. Unbelievable. He just completely erased that early deficit to even things up. The pressure is mounting on Vortex to find an answer here. He just took over the match, securing another win from the ramp. Vortex is really feeling the heat from the top-rated seed here. He is simply untouchable right now, adding a 5th straight win to his tally. Vortex finally manages to break that momentum, cutting the lead down to a single round. Unbelievable. Vortex barely clutched that out, surviving by the narrowest of margins to tie the set. Man, he's walking a tightrope with these narrow escapes. Vortex is on fire, extending the streak to 3 as he secures a comfortable lead. We head into the break with a 6-6 deadlock. Well, it's a tight series, but it's generally playing out as we expected. Catalyst still looks like the stronger player despite the parity in the score. Fresh start for both players. He keeps digging in, managing to snatch the lead back in his favor. The upper seed is finally reclaiming some ground. And now we're deadlocked at 7-0. A huge confidence boost for the number 5 seed. Good heavens, what a brutal slugfest. Vortex barely scrapes through that exchange with almost nothing left. The lower seed is capitalizing on every single opening today. Another effortless takedown as the momentum swings entirely back to his side. He is simply outclassing everyone right now, taking a huge step toward victory. Absolutely crushing it now as he secures 5 straight to push the score to 11-7. The number 5 seed is making a statement here. He is just completely taking over the map, putting himself in position to close this out. The underdog has completely flipped the script on this series. Game over. Vortex finishes him off to secure the series. Seeing him take a game like this after that head-to-head history is just wild. He really stepped up his game today. Welcome to the league. We've got Phantom and Vortex stepping onto orange for this clash. Let's see if the favorite can hold his ground. Phantom enters this series as the top-rated player in the league, which seems to be weighing heavily on Vortex early on, and the gap in their historical performance suggests this start isn't a surprise. Let's see if Vortex can close that distance. Phantom is comfortably in control with a 2-1 lead. He's certainly making up for that narrow loss they had earlier. Phantom is really putting under pressure here, putting together a strong early lead. Unbelievable. He survives by a hair to bring the total to 4 wins. Simply outclassing him right now. That is a 4th straight win for the favorite. He's really making the most of his top seed status. Absolute precision. He's barely spent a second in the server before taking this round. Wow, what a fight. Vortex barely scrapes through that exchange to get back on the board. The top 5 are definitely fighting for respect here. Phantom has secured a huge lifetime advantage by winning 60% of their combined head-to-head bouts. And is using that historical superiority to really push the pace today. It will be tough for Vortex to reverse the momentum from here. Phantom is dominating, now sitting pretty with a 7-4 lead. Vortex seems to have the measure of the league leader right now. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, he's definitely defying the pre-match odds right now. That 5-round win streak really flipped the script on this opening half. Vortex needs a huge shift now. Phantom is simply ruthless, extending that lead to 9-4. That matches the form he showed in his recent victory over Catalyst. Vortex fights back to bring it to 9-5. A strong reminder of that recent clash on Blame Dunes. Vortex is really picking up steam now, putting a serious dent in that earlier lead. Phantom secures another one, stretching the gap to 10-6. The #1 seed is proving too much for the challenger. Vortex manages to narrow this to a 10-7 deficit. That matchup against the top seed is looking more competitive now. Absolute mayhem in this exchange, and he manages to claw out a win while nearly empty. Vortex certainly doesn't lack the skill to keep up with him. Vortex is narrowing the gap, keeping the pressure high as we head into the final stretch. The top 5 seed is really digging in here. That was a lightning fast encounter, leaving Phantom just a single step away from victory. What a way to close it out! Phantom secures the final kill to claim the victory. He's definitely showing why he holds that top spot in the world right now. Vortex put up a good fight, but the experience gap was just too wide today. Welcome everyone. Catalyst and Phantom are heading to Italy today, where the favorite looks to secure a dominant win. Phantom comes out strong, quickly shutting down Catalyst's attempt to hold the wine position. Phantom is really putting his current form on display with a 70% win rate over his last 10 matches. It's clearly paying off here as he carries all the confidence into this start. We'll see if Catalyst can find a way to flip the script. He's just untouchable right now. Putting together a flawless 4-round run to start this map. What a scramble! Both players were shredded in that exchange, but he barely claws out another victory. Catalyst finally finds his mark, breaking that momentum for Phantom. Casting an eye to the all-time record, we know Catalyst usually gets the better of him. Unbelievable. He survives that absolute war by the skin of his teeth to keep the rally going. Phantom is making it look easy, swiftly picking him off that wine position to extend the lead. The #1 ranked player is firmly in control. Catalyst just reads him perfectly, catching Phantom right as he tries to hold that Tetris angle. Phantom just wipes him right off the Tetris. He's really asserting his dominance early in the match. Catalyst has the historical edge with a 53% win rate in their long head-to-head history. It's interesting because despite that overall lead, Phantom has been the one dominating their most recent clashes. We'll see if this trend finally reverses today. We head into the break with Phantom leading 8-4. I mean, this is far from the result most people expected given Catalyst's status. The underdog is really taking advantage of his 66% map win rate to seize early control. Phantom is cruising now, pushing the lead to 9-4. The #1 seed is simply outclassing him today. Another dominant frame puts Phantom up 10-4. Catalyst has a mountain to climb, but is definitely refusing to go down quietly. Phantom's too fast for him today, quickly cleaning him out of that wine spot. He's back in the driver's seat, and now we're just one round away from a wrap. That was a lightning fast transition back into control. A quick reaction from Catalyst to keep this series alive. He has to shake off those nerves to close the series. He's found another quick pick, delaying the inevitable for just a bit longer. He's proving why he's consistently top of the rankings. Absolutely effortless closing a game. Phantom takes the final fight and claims the victory. He really had the answers for everything today, looking every bit the top seed throughout the entire series. Welcome back to the Berserk League. We've got Catalyst and Vortex facing off on red line to see who comes out on top. Catalyst boasts a massive 78% win rate on this map, and honestly that historical dominance seems to be outweighing the fact that he's lost his last few matches. He looks like he's determined to prove that those recent slips were just a fluke. Catalyst is putting on a show early, cleaning up from the ramp to keep his lead. Vortex is looking for a way to respond after a 13-7 win in their last set. He's simply untouchable right now, picking up a third straight to take full control of the set. The third seed is showing exactly why he belongs in that spot. He just won't let up, knocking Vortex off the ramp to secure his fourth straight. The gap between these two is virtually non-existent on the ladder. Vortex finally manages to find his opening, putting an end to that early surge. The difference in skill level is negligible between these two. Catalyst is really asserting himself here, quickly regaining his grip on this set after that brief stumble. He looks far more composed than he did in those fire losses today. Catalyst is currently sitting on a massive career win rate of 69% across thousands of matches. Seeing that level of experience translate into such a fast lead is telling. It really puts his current momentum into perspective as he continues to distance himself from the opposition. Vortex manages to pull through, knocking his opponent off the box. It's a tough spot for the favorite to be in. Unreal. They both tore into each other, but it just barely claws out a victory. The high seed is looking a bit vulnerable right now. Vortex just keeps climbing, picking the former leader off the ramp for a third straight. The 5th ranked player is putting on a serious clinic. It's 8-4 in favor of Catalyst, and honestly this is exactly how we anticipated the map playing out. The top seed is firmly in the driver's seat, though Vortex showed some grit by taking 3 straight rounds back. Let's see if Vortex can mount a comeback. The pace has really picked up here. Both of them were fighting for that same ground on the ramp, but Vortex had the faster reaction. They both tried to hold the high ground, but Catalyst simply had the quicker reaction this time. The number 3 seed is starting to regain his footing here. Catalyst keeps the pressure high, now leading 10-5. He's definitely making up for that earlier set loss. He's just too sharp, holding down those boxes to extend his streak to 3. He's completely rewritten the script after that tough start to his day. Absolute precision there, and he's now just a single round away from ending it. He's playing exactly as you'd expect from the favored seed. Game over. He closes it out with total authority to secure the victory. He's completely back in his element now. Vortex just couldn't find an answer for those lightning fast reactions today. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Phantom taking on Vortex right now on Mapas to see who wins. Phantom is carrying a heavy 10-4 record through today. It's surprising to see him start slow when he's been so consistent in his recent games. I wonder if he can put his higher ranking to use and turn this around. Phantom's really leaning into a dominant 2-1 lead. He's looking every bit like the #1 rated player right now. Absolute perfection from him, continuing a fast steer through this early stage. He is simply on another level right now, taking full control of the server. That is a flawless stretch of rounds, moving the score to 5-1. This matchup is really mirroring their previous meeting today. He just blew through the defense, putting the lead up to 6-1. He is simply proving why he holds that top spot on the ladder. Another rapid win for the favorite, who's now sitting on a massive 7-round roll. It's an incredibly one-sided start for the top seed. Vortex finally draws blood, shutting down that run with a clean shot. He's been struggling with his overall form in the last 10 games. Phantom holds a huge lifetime lead in their head-to-head record. Well, you can see that superiority continuing here as he keeps the pressure high. It'll be tough for Vortex to find an answer when his opponent is this focused. Phantom heads into the break with a 9-3 lead. I mean, he was the underdog coming into this, but he's just tearing through the first half. Vortex needs to make a big adjustment if he wants to avoid a blowout. Let's see if the momentum shifts. Phantom hits double digits, leading 10-3. What a lightning fast reset after that last loss. He's really making the most of that 80% recent form. He's just too quick in these exchanges, leaving Vortex with no room to even react. It's a tough day for the 5th ranked player here. Vortex is refusing to just fade away, putting up a fight even with a huge deficit. He is really fighting uphill against a top tier opponent. He survives a fierce exchange to put himself on the verge of victory. That was an incredibly fast response to close out the gap. He manages to find another round, barely losing any health in that exchange. A high pressure spot for the underdog, but he's still breathing. Vortex earns another one here, showing a bit more tenacity in this gunfight. He's finally picking up some speed to keep this alive. And that's it. He digs deep in a wild exchange to secure the match victory. He's just in another league today, continuing a blistering run of form through the event. Welcome to the Dunes. We have Catalyst taking on Phantom in today's duel to see who comes out on top. Phantom is carrying an impressive 80% win rate over his last 10 maps. That's a sharp contrast to Catalyst, who's only managed half of his recent rounds. It'll be interesting to see if the underdog can close that gap today. Phantom is really flexing his muscles with a 2-1 lead. Catalyst actually owns the overall head-to-head record between these two. Phantom is just too quick today. He's really using that height advantage to shut things down. Our top-rated player is certainly playing his part right now. Phantom is just a single step ahead now. We're seeing a tighter fight than the ratings suggest. Catalyst is on a roll, quickly shutting down Phantom from below to level this matchup. Phantom retains a slim lead as we hit round 7. It is a bit of a shift, seeing the favorite hold such a strong grip here. Unbelievable, Phantom scrapes through that firefight with just a sliver of health left. He's really asserting himself as the best player in the league right now. Phantom keeps a narrow edge as we start round 9. That's a huge boost for him after that tough loss on Italy. Absolute chaos in this exchange, and he somehow walks away with the round. Seriously, that's another narrow escape for the league leader. Phantom still holds the 1-round cushion as we enter 11. The underdog really refuses to back down today. We've got a dead heat at 6 apiece. This is exactly the kind of scrap we anticipated between these two. Both players are fighting for every single inch of space here. Fresh start for both guys. Phantom just edges ahead with a 7-6 lead. That's a lot of experience on his side with over 17,000 matches. Total deadlock now with Catalyst and Phantom tied at 7. The momentum is swinging back towards the top 3 seed. The speed of those reactions is just incredible. Catalyst is really pushing the pace right now. Tied up at 8 all. This is a total nail biter. The world number 1 is showing exactly why he's at the top. Phantom takes a slight command with a 9-8 advantage. That map-specific win rate gap is certainly showing itself now. That was a blur. He claims another one, keeping the heat on as he pushes his streak to 3. Catalyst manages to dig himself out of a hole, winning a gritty trade-off to keep things close. He's showing that top 3 rating isn't just for show. And just like that, we're completely locked at 10 apiece. Neither man is giving an inch in this battle. Phantom is really starting to separate himself here, managing to fight back and take control of the pace. A complete shutdown here as Phantom reaches match point. He is just completely outclassing his opponent right now. What a clutch stop. He manages to survive the firefights to stay in this game. The pressure is really mounting for the favorite here. Unbelievable. He claws back into the lead to force a deadlock, sending us straight into overtime. A brutal exchange of fire, and Catalyst comes out on top to extend his run to 3. A massive turn of events for the... What a response. He manages to shut him down from the box to bring the score level. absolute deadlock as we push deep into this overtime. Incredible. He nearly falls himself, but manages to take the lead after that wild slugfest. He's just completely took over this overtime battle. It's an absolute toss-up now. We're seeing an incredible level of parity between these two. Exactly the same result as their previous meeting today. A hard-fought duel, but Catalyst pulls ahead to put himself on the edge of victory. He's really capitalizing on the momentum shift now. Huge stop for Phantom, picking him off the box to keep the score level. A critical stop to keep the pressure on. Phantom is just one round clear at 16-15. We are back to a flat 16-16 stalemate. Phantom just snatched the lead, putting him up 17-16. The number 1 seed is really digging in to secure this finish. Absolute parity again as Catalyst and Phantom sit at 17. He's playing incredibly resilient football after that Italy loss. Catalyst finally breaks through, edging ahead 18-17. Catalyst pulls ahead by 2, really controlling the rhythm. He's just completely outplayed the favorite here, finally breaking that overtime deadlock to take the series. He really had to earn this one. What a match. Welcome everyone, we have Catalyst and Vortex facing off on orange today. Let's see who takes the win. Catalyst has a commanding lead in their head-to-head history, winning over 68% of their meetings, but the momentum shifted quickly here after a dominant victory earlier today. It will be interesting to see if Catalyst can reclaim that dominance in this series. Vortex is looking sharp with a 2-1 lead. The number 5 seed is showing plenty of confidence right now. Vortex is putting a lot of pressure on the favorite right now, making these rounds look easy. His form has been struggling in the last 10, but he's on fire right now. He's completely in control, taking a firm grip on the early part of this map. He's really capitalizing on that slight edge in the rankings. He's showing some real grit here, walking away without a single scratch to keep the comeback alive. It's a good response from the higher seed in this match. Vortex has managed to keep his win rate above 50% on this particular map. It's clearly helping him navigate a high-pressure start today. He really needs to maintain this pace if he wants to keep the momentum shifting in his favor. That was a patient fight, but Catalyst finally finds the opening to close the gap. He's showing why he's traditionally such a tough opponent for the favorite. Vortex still holds a healthy 3-round cushion. The 5th ranked player is firmly in his element here. A complete shutdown there, and he is starting to claw back into this match. That's a huge burst of confidence for him to take another round. He's refusing to buckle, securing another win to keep the pressure on before the break. It's 7-5 for Vortex heading into the switch. I mean, the underdog is genuinely challenging the top seed right now. Catalyst is struggling to hold his ground despite the massive history between these two. Let's see if the momentum sticks. Simply untouchable. He strolls through this opening round of the half without taking a single point of damage. He's fighting hard to keep this match within. Vortex extends his lead to 8-6 after that clash. The lower rated player is proving he can hang with the best. A flawless sequence for Catalyst, who is showing real resolve to close the gap. He's finally starting to make this a close fight. Unbelievable. He's erased the deficit entirely, locking in a dead even score. It's a complete toss-up now with everything to play for. Vortex narrowly edges ahead, leading 9-8. He's clearly feeling more confident than he did in that red line clash. A huge moment for the favorite, leveling the series at 9 apiece. Expectations were high for the favorite, but the table has been completely flipped. Vortex manages to pull forward with a narrow 10-9 lead. Vortex is really digging in his heels to prove his worth today. Vortex has the wind in his sails right now, taking control of the closing stretch. The 5th ranked player is definitely playing his best game right now. An effortless shot there, showing he's far from done as he keeps chipping away at that deficit. He's proving he can outduel the higher rated opponent when it counts. Wow, he barely clings to the win in a chaotic scramble, putting himself on the verge of victory. He really had to dig deep to survive that final exchange. What a finish. He closes it out right there to secure the victory. He really stepped up when it mattered, shaking off those previous losses to get the job done today. Truly impressive stuff. What a match. Welcome to the arena. Phantom and Vortex are ready to go with the top seed looking to maintain their dominance. Phantom holds a massive advantage in the head-to-head history, winning 60% of their lifetime encounters. That long-term ownership usually translates into a psychological edge. It will be interesting to see if Vortex can break that pattern today. Vortex really made a statement there, taking control from the ramp to get things leveled up. A huge confidence boost for the number 5 seed. We're completely deadlocked at 2 apiece now. He looks remarkably sharp considering his rough run today. Phantom was way too quick there, just cutting Vortex right off the box. Vortex is having a tough day with 13 losses already. Unbelievable! Vortex barely survives this trade from the box to tie it all up. He's fighting hard to avoid a repeat of that dominant 13-6 loss. The Phantom pulls ahead again, now leading by a single round. The top seed is making his presence felt here. Back to a stalemate. Both players are locked at 4. Vortex is really defying the odds in this series. The pace is just blistering. We're seeing these exchanges decided in seconds as both players trade quickfire. The top seed is comfortably in his element today. Phantom has a very strong day so far, already putting up an 11-5 record in his last few games. It's a stark contrast to the struggles we've seen from Vortex throughout his matches today. I wonder if the momentum is starting to swing too far in one direction. Phantom heads into the break with a commanding 8-4 lead, and honestly this is the opposite of what the odds makers predicted. The underdog is firmly in control after a strong 4-round run to close the first half. Time to switch sides. Phantom is just running away with it, 9-4. The top ranked player is showing exactly why he's at the peak. Phantom's just cruise controlling now with a 10-4 cushion. Just a relentless display from the current world number 1. Vortex has finally found a way to punch back and stop the slide. The deficit is becoming a mountain for Vortex to climb at this point. He's certainly putting on a show for the fans today. A lightning fast reaction there, and now Phantom is just 1 victory away from ending this match. Exactly the result we expected seeing his current form. What a final sequence. He shuts the door completely to secure the victory. He's just completely outclassed his opponent today, leaving no room for an upset in this series. Welcome to the stream. Catalyst and Phantom are facing off on fast aim, and we've got a strong favorite in this one. Phantom enters this duel with a significant historical edge on this map, winning 67% of the time. It makes sense that he's the one commanding the tempo right now. We'll see if Catalyst can reverse his recent luck and find a way back into this. He secures the lead with a sharp peek from the ramp, taking a commanding 3-0 lead. The current #1 seed is looking every bit the favorite. Unbelievable, Phantom survives by a hair and manages to shut him down off the ramp. A stark contrast to their last match on Dunes. Absolutely oppressive. He's just not letting the opposition breathe today. The top-rated player on the ladder is simply playing a different game. He's simply too fast, carving through his opponent again to make it a 6-round landslide. He's simply unstoppable, claiming another round without taking a single point of damage. He just can't find any one-sided traction, easily picking Catalyst off the ramp to reach 8 straight. He just keeps rolling, cleaning up the ramp to reach 9 straight. The world #1 is putting on a show. Finally, a frantic exchange that ends in Catalyst's favor, breaking the streak. Phantom quickly recovers his focus, dealing with the threat on the toolbox to tighten his grip on the series. It's 11-1 at the break. I mean, the underdog is practically running away with this series. Catalyst is struggling to keep up while Phantom makes full use of his map expertise. Let's see if he can stabilize. Another lightning fast kill puts him on the verge of a complete sweep. He's looked significantly more comfortable than his opponent since the start. What a final burst. He closes out the series in style and secures the victory. Just a complete shutdown of everything Catalyst tried to do. He's barely been on the map today. Welcome everyone. We have Catalyst and Vortex facing off on map As, with the favorite looking to secure another win. Catalyst holds a huge lifetime lead in the head-to-head with 533 wins over Vortex. But the momentum shifted recently when Vortex managed to take their last encounter. This is definitely a mental battle for the favorite to see if he can regain that control. Catalyst is pushing hard with a commanding 2-1 lead. Vortex has actually seen more success on this specific map lately. Things are perfectly balanced right now, and Vortex is looking very comfortable in this set. Vortex is really putting the pressure on now, catching Catalyst right as he tried to hold that ramp. Still looking like a tough day for him so far. Vortex is just taking over the server, simply erasing him from that ramp. The top 5 seed is really feeling the heat right now. Catalyst answers back with a sharp response to keep this close. He's certainly not letting that 13-10 loss from earlier get in his head. Vortex has a significant historical edge here with a 48% win rate. It's making a huge difference today as he's clearly utilizing that confidence to hold off the higher seed. If he can keep this lead, he'll be well on his way to another win over Catalyst. He is simply refusing to let up, cleaning up the exchange to push his lead to 7-3. Another rapid-fire victory for Vortex, who's just completely owning this stretch of the map. It's a 9-3 lead for Vortex heading into the break. Honestly, Catalyst is looking completely lost right now. The top seed is struggling to put up any real fight against the underdog space. Time to wake up for Catalyst. A wild battle on the ramp, but Catalyst just barely manages to scrap out another round. The top seed is fighting hard to keep this contest alive. Catalyst is definitely starting to claw back, and he just caught Vortex right as he tried to play from the ramp. Vortex is staying firmly in control at 10-5. His current form is definitely a mirror of the struggle he's had today. Vortex is just refusing to budge, catching the winner's side of the ramp yet again. A truly surprising afternoon for the number 3 seed. Catalyst is really starting to put up a fight, quickly shutting down Vortex as he tried to push from that ramp. Catalyst is putting up a real fight here, refusing to let this slip away despite that early deficit. The number 3 seed is showing some serious resolve. Vortex puts the pressure back on, putting himself just a single round away from victory. The higher rated player is really struggling to close this out. A sharp sequence from Catalyst to keep his hopes alive. That top tier ranking has to count for something in a pinch. Another clutch play from the ramp to stave off the immediate threat. The pressure is really mounting on the trailing seed. What a finish! Vortex closes it out with a perfect sequence to secure the series. He just can't find a way to stop this guy today. That's another one in the books for the underdog. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we're on Italy today as Phantom takes on Vortex. The top seed looks strong heading into this match. Phantom has historically dominated this rivalry by winning 60% of their total encounters. It's a huge gap that seems to be weighing on Vortex right now. It'll be interesting to see if the number 5 seed can break that psychological barrier today. Vortex is fighting back, but Phantom still holds the lead. He's clearly showing why he's the number 1 ranked player here. Vortex is really struggling to keep up with the pace today. He's getting out-reacted in almost every encounter. Another swift kill for Phantom, who is just completely in control right now. Vortex is showing a lot of grit, shutting down the opener and keeping his lead in check. He's playing with a lot more confidence now than he did against Zen. Phantom has been clinical today with a 13-5 record over the last 24 hours. So yeah, he's entering this server with an immense amount of confidence. It makes sense why he's continuing to distance himself from Vortex in this set. He's completely shut down that surge from Vortex, taking a commanding 7-2 lead. Vortex cleans up that encounter to stay in the game. He's fighting for a better result than that last encounter. Phantom is firmly in the driver's seat at 7-4. We head into the break with Phantom up 7-5. Well, the underdog is definitely proving to be a problem here. He's putting on a great performance and looks ready to pull off the upset. Time for a fresh start. Phantom extends his cushion to 8-5 after that play. He's simply the best player in the league for a reason. Vortex recovers quickly, showing some real spirit to keep this fight going. Unbelievable. He barely clings to life after a brutal firefight to take a 3-round lead. He nearly let that one slip away. That was a flawless exchange as Vortex continues to claw back into this contest. Oh, a total flip from the previous exchange. Phantom keeps a 3-round edge, leading 10-7. The top seed is managing the gap perfectly. What a scramble. Both players were nearly empty, but he barely digs himself out of that hole. That was an absolute nail-biter of a trade. Vortex shuts him down on the wine, proving he is not folding under the pressure. The gap is narrowing fast after that trade. Absolute chaos in that exchange. He walks away as the last man standing to bring this series completely level. A complete turnaround as we head into the final stretch. A crisp shot that puts him right back in the lead. Looking at that top rating for a reason. Absolutely untouchable on that exchange. He's put the score dead. Even at 11 all. Vortex is completely relentless right now, putting himself just a single step away from victory. Unbelievable! Vortex closes out the series with an incredible comeback to secure the victory. He just completely shifted the momentum of this rivalry. I can't believe he actually pulled this off. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Orange. We have Catalyst taking on Phantom in a clash where the favorite faces a tough challenge. Phantom is clearly the stronger force here with a 62% win rate on this map. And that's a huge contrast to how Catalyst has been performing in his recent matches. It'll be interesting to see if the higher rating holds up for the rest of the game. Phantom's in control now with a 2-1 lead. Actually has a decent lead in their historical head-to-head. Unbelievable. He barely survives a chaotic firefight to pull further ahead. He's really capitalizing on the top seed status. Phantom is just dominating, stretching this to 4-1. The number 1 seed is putting on a real clinic here. He just keeps rolling, taking a commanding lead as the win streak continues. A rough day so far for the number 3 seed. Absolutely effortless. He's just shutting everything down right now. Catalyst manages to find a quick opening to get back on the board. Catalyst actually holds a decent overall lead in their lifetime head-to-head. But the recent trend has flipped completely given how they just clashed on a different map earlier today. It's clear Phantom has the mental edge right now. What a scramble! He barely scrapes through that firefight with a sliver of health left. His overall high win rate definitely helps him stay composed. Phantom holds an 8-4 lead going into the break. I mean, we knew he had the map advantage, but Catalyst is really struggling to keep up. He needs a huge response if he wants to avoid a total collapse. Time to switch things up. Whoa, what a scrap. He barely edges that out, winning the duel with a tiny fraction of health left. The league's top player is really asserting himself here. Phantom is staring down a massive 10-4 lead. It's a stark difference from the result they had earlier today. Catalyst is just staring at the mountain with 5 rounds. He's certainly not letting the current score dictate his confidence. Phantom is really putting the pressure on now, moving within striking distance of a victory. He closes in on the win, leaving the opponent with nothing but a distant hope. Everything is trending toward the expected result. Absolutely breathless finish. He claws through that carnage to secure the match victory. He just completely outclassed his opponent today, showing exactly why he holds that top spot in the rankings right now. Welcome to the Dunes. Catalyst and Vortex are ready for action, and we'll see if the favorite can secure another win today. Catalyst holds a massive lead in their head-to-head record, having won nearly 70% of their lifetime encounters. But Vortex is the one who took their very last duel. It will be interesting to see if that recent confidence carries over into this series. We're all square now with things deadlocked at 1 apiece. He's really playing like the one to beat right now. Vortex claims the lead, pushing ahead 2-1. Looking at the recent form, the tide has really shifted for the number 5 seed. Both these players are playing at such a lightning pace, neither of them is giving an inch today. Catalyst claws back into a 3-2 lead. He really is the top seed for a reason. Vortex puts a stop to that little streak, quickly shutting Catalyst down from that elevated spot. Catalyst has the upper hand once again at 4-3. The top 5 on the ladder are really putting on a show today. Catalyst has a 21-15 record over the last day. It's an impressive run of games, but his general struggles on this specific map make this lead feel precarious. It will be a tough battle to maintain the momentum here. Vortex just really punished that position, taking the round while Catalyst was perched up high. Both are fighting for control as they approach the mid-game mark. Vortex is really putting the pressure on now, taking total control of the map. Vortex is just unstoppable right now, making it 3 in a row with an incredibly fast flick. Vortex heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. The underdog is definitely the one putting on the clinic right now. He's refusing to let the higher ranked player dictate the pace. Time to see if the momentum sticks. Vortex is just not letting up, completely ignoring the height advantage to shut Catalyst down once again. He's truly dominating the server today. Vortex is just running away with it at 9-5. It's been a tough stretch for the 3rd seed today. Catalyst finally answers back, narrowing it to 6-9. The top 3 spot usually brings that kind of poise. He keeps the pressure on from the box, refusing to let this lead slip away. He's completely taken over the pace, strolling through another effortless round to keep this rally alive. He manages to outdo Catalyst, extending his lead to double digits. Vortex is making a strong case for the upset. Unreal. He barely edges out the win in a brutal exchange to stay in the fight. He's showing a lot of resilience to keep this game close. Absolutely breathtaking. He manages to scrape through that chaotic exchange with a tiny sliver of health left. What a scramble! Vortex survives that rage with just a sliver of health to move within striking distance of the match. Perfectly timed shot keeps the dream alive, and the pressure is now firmly on Vortex to close this out. What a finish! Vortex survives a frantic exchange and secures the victory. He really fought through the nerves to pull off that victory. Just an incredible show of guts to seal the deal. What a fight! Welcome to the arena. We have Phantom and Vortex facing off to see who can claim the win today. Phantom enters this series with a massive historical advantage, leading their head-to-head record by over 700 rounds. It makes sense given he's the top-rated player in the league. We just have to see if Vortex can reclaim the edge he had in their most recent meeting. Phantom holds a slim lead as we head into round 4. He's clearly shaken off the rust from those previous losses today. Vortex is definitely feeling the pressure here. He's fighting an uphill battle as this lead grows. He's looking every bit the world #1 right now. Phantom is just running away with this 4-1 lead. Vortex had looked so sharp in his previous matches today. What a fight. He earns this round after a chaotic exchange of fire. A huge confidence boost for the underdog right here. That was an absolute slugfest, but he manages to survive the exchange and stay in this. Phantom makes quick work of that angle, picking Vortex right off the Tetris blocks. The #1 seed is finally finding some control here. Phantom has a winning percentage of 63% on this map. It's a significant statistical advantage that's clearly paying off in the early stages. Vortex needs to find a way to disrupt this rhythm before he loses his grip on the game entirely. Phantom is firmly in the driver's seat at 7-4. He has managed a decent 14-6 run across his games today. Phantom goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, we expected the underdog to struggle here, but he's actually playing the role of the aggressor. We'll see if Vortex can flip the script after the side switch. Let's see who settles in first. Vortex isn't going away, stepping up with a flawless sequence to close the gap. Squeezing out those crucial rounds to keep the gap small. Vortex secures the tie from the Tetris blocks, showing incredible grit to bring this match level. His confidence is skyrocketing as he wipes out the lead entirely. Phantom pulls back ahead, taking an 8-7 lead. The top seed is showing why he holds that #1 rank. Phantom is starting to separate himself, easily tracking the target up the ramp to take a 2-round lead. This feels like a total reversal from that previous map we saw today. Unbelievable. Vortex barely scrapes through that firefight, showing a ton of heart to keep the deficit small. Phantom holds a narrow 2-round cushion at 10-8. He's definitely making a point to shake off that loss from their previous match. Phantom is starting to put some serious distance between himself and Vortex now. The top seed is really asserting his dominance now. He's on fire right now, putting himself just 1 victory away from closing the match. And there it is. Phantom closes the door with that final kill to seal the match. He's just too consistent on this map, and that sub-1 second reaction time really shut things down for the underdog. Welcome everyone to Mapas. We have Catalyst and Phantom ready to go, with the top seed looking for a big win today. Phantom boasts a 70% win rate on this map. It's an impressive record given how much they've played here. It'll be interesting to see if that map advantage carries him through the rest of the set. Phantom manages to shut that down quickly, clearing Catalyst right off the container to tie things up. He's certainly showing the form of the league's top-rated player right now. Phantom's now just one step ahead in this series. He's really making the most of his recent form right now. He is simply untouchable right now, strolling to a 3-0 lead in the set. His recent head-to-head win was just as clean as this. Catalyst responds with a perfect exchange to stay within striking distance. The underdog is starting to push back. Phantom holds a comfortable 2-round lead over Catalyst. The world #1 is really imposing his will right now. Catalyst actually holds a slim lead in their all-time history together. And honestly, it's surprising to see him struggling given his track record in this specific rivalry. We have to wonder if he can find some answers before the gap becomes too large. Absolutely lightning fast, and that's 4 in a row for the top seed. A nice response here to put a stop to that momentum. A tough day for Catalyst, especially following that defeat to Vortex. A real battle for the high ground there, but Phantom manages to win that race to the trigger. The current world leader is really capitalizing on this momentum. Phantom takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, we expected a struggle, but the supposed favorite is just not showing up. He's really using that massive map experience to his advantage here. Time to see if Catalyst can pivot. Catalyst is still trailing significantly, sitting at 4. It's a huge uphill climb for the 4th ranked player here. Phantom stays firmly in control with a 9-5 lead. He's starting to chip away at that deficit. That was incredibly fast. Phantom really tightened up the pace on that last exchange. Phantom has all the momentum right now, and Catalyst is really starting to look like he's out of options. Not a quick victory here, and he is now just 1 round away from closing the set. The gap in experience is really starting to show here. That's it, he survives the duel to seal the victory. He's just completely owning the server today. That is a serious blow to the confidence for the 4th seed. Welcome to Redline, everyone. Catalyst and Vortex are ready to go, with the favorite looking for a strong comeback tonight. Catalyst puts on a great show early, utilizing that high ground on the ramp to grab the first lead. Unbelievable. He survives by a hair after a chaotic brawl right there on the ramp. The head-to-head history definitely favors the leader here. He's simply untouchable right now, cleaning up from the ramp to take a huge early lead. Complete control from the leader, who just brushed aside his opponent to go a perfect 4-for-4. A bit of revenge for the loss on Dunes. He is just on another level right now, taking a 5th straight round. He's completely ignoring those recent losses on the ladder. Vortex finally answers back with a lightning fast reaction. Absolute chaos in this trade. He barely scrapes through that exchange to secure another win. Vortex really seems to be playing with a lot of confidence today. Vortex is on fire, outreacting his opponent for a 3rd straight round. The momentum shift is real as he secures another rapid win to keep the pressure mounting. Everything shifted after the first 5 rounds. He's simply unstoppable, wiping the slate clean to bring the series level. This fight is a complete toss-up now. He manages to outlast his rival from the Tetris, extending this incredible run to 6 straight. He's playing with a huge amount of confidence after that recent 13-11 victory. We're all square at 6-6. Honestly, this is exactly the kind of back and forth we expected to see. Catalyst has the historical edge on this map, but Vortex is holding his own perfectly so far. Time to reset and go again. Catalyst shuts things down quickly, picking Vortex right off that ramp to regain the lead. He is definitely fighting to shake off that recent loss to Phantom. He's showing incredible grit, proving he can keep pace in this fight. The underdog is proving he belongs in this series. Catalyst holds a thin edge now at 8-7. A total clash of the Titans with only 1 rating point separating them. A clean piece of work from Vortex, who continues to claw his way back into this battle. He's really starting to push back against the higher rated opponent. Catalyst regains a slim 1-round advantage here. A bit of a grind, considering they're both top 5 on the ladder. A huge moment here for the underdog, putting up a fight from the ramp to square things up at 9-9. He's really fighting back hard after that tough set against Silas. That's another one for him, showing great poise to keep this comeback alive. Pure precision on the trigger from the underdog right now. He outmaneuvers the fight from the ramp to move within 2 rounds of victory. He's certainly playing the role of the favorite right now. A quick reaction there to hold the momentum and keep things close. Both of these guys are fighting a battle of inches today. Catalyst is simply too fast right now, using that ramp position to shut the door on any comeback attempt. He puts him down off the ramp to reach match point. The pressure is mounting on that underdog to pull off the miracle. What a way to finish. He barely survives that absolute war of attrition to secure the series. He really proved why he's a powerhouse on this specific map. Even after that rough start to the day, he had to work for that. Welcome to the match. We have Phantom and Vortex facing off today on Italy to see who takes the win. Phantom is entering this match. We have a massive amount of momentum after going 16-6 over the last day. And it's not a surprise seeing him start strong given his historically superior record against Vortex. Vortex has clawed back to even things up. He's fighting hard to bridge that gap in ratings. Phantom maintains a slim lead heading into round 4. The current number 1 on our ladder is simply too sharp. The pace of this match is incredibly fast. Phantom is simply quicker to the trigger right now. He's looked completely composed throughout his entire day so far. Phantom just barely keeps his nose ahead at 3-2. The number 5 seed is proving surprisingly stubborn today. Vortex is really starting to seize control here, picking up his 3rd straight round from that high perch. A huge swing of luck for a man who has usually struggled here. Truly effortless performance as he extends that run to 3 rounds. It's a complete reversal of the recent head-to-head meeting. A quick reaction from Phantom to put the series back on level ground. This is exactly how their previous map played out. Phantom recaptures the lead, moving just 1 up. That's a significant gap in their overall career win rates. He's simply taking over this game, putting together a powerful 3-round run. Vortex is really feeling the weight of that lower seed ranking. An absolute shutdown as he keeps the streak alive. Firmly in control before we head into the break. A total shift from that early momentum shift we saw. Phantom holds a 7-5 advantage going into the break. I mean, he's absolutely defying the odds right now. He is playing far above his expected status as the underdog in this series. Let's see if Vortex can reset. Phantom has a staggering 60% head-to-head win rate against this opponent. And you can tell he feels an immense amount of confidence every time they face off. It's really starting to look like his superior experience in this specific rivalry is the deciding factor. Phantom pulls even further ahead, now sitting at 9-6. The number 5 seed is refusing to go quietly here. Phantom is just refusing to let him build any sort of momentum right now. A solid performance from the top seed throughout the day. Phantom is just putting on a show here, leaving Vortex with practically no room to breathe. That's another flawless sequence, leaving him just a single round away from victory. What a fight. Vortex barely escapes with his life to keep the dream alive. Absolute desperation in that duel, but he found a way. That's it. Phantom closes it out with an aggressive push to secure the series. He just looked too sharp today, putting on a real display of his dominance on Italy. Welcome everyone! We've got Catalyst taking on Phantom today on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Catalyst really knows how to use that ramp, getting the first look and taking the early lead. Phantom currently holds a significant advantage on this particular map, and when you combine that with the fact that he's the top-rated player on our ladder, the momentum is swinging heavily in his direction. It will be interesting to see if Catalyst can flip the script. Phantom puts an end to that ramp advantage quickly, keeping things completely even. Catalyst is pulling ahead with a tight 3-2 lead. He's really making the most of his strong head-to-head record. Phantom manages to take control of the match and wipes Catalyst off the ramp to tie things up. His recent form has been remarkably consistent. Phantom just edges ahead, leading the series 4-3. He looks far more comfortable after that dominant 13-5 win in their last meeting. And we're all square again at 4 apiece. He's showing some grit despite that tough 13-5 defeat earlier. Catalyst is really putting on the pressure now, picking up a quick pair of rounds to take control. Phantom just takes the lead back, outplaying Catalyst right off their toolbox. Expected from the current #1 seed. Catalyst regains a slim edge, leading 6-5. Both of these players have stayed extremely busy with a heavy slate today. We're locked in at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, it's basically a toss-up right now. Catalyst is holding his ground well, but we're still seeing that top seed skill from Phantom keeping the series dead even. Time to see who blinks first. Catalyst is looking dangerous, using that height advantage to keep himself comfortably in the lead. He's really making the most of his long-term success against the top seed. Phantom reads him perfectly and manages to pull him right off that wine box. He's showing why he holds that top spot on the ladder. Phantom's looking really sharp right now, utilizing that ramp to secure another quick round. The pressure is really mounting on the #4 seed. That's a total shutout. He's just completely on fire right now. That's just a mirrored image of his recent form today. Absolutely untouchable right now. He just keeps piling them up. He's really mirroring that dominant performance from their previous meeting. What a response! He just shut that down instantly to narrow the gap. He simply refuses to quit, picking him straight off the ramp to close the gap. He is completely shaking off the pressure now. Unreal. He secures another clean victory from the window, tying this thing up at 10 all. The underdog has completely shifted the flow of this series. Phantom secures a clean hit to get back in front. He's looking incredibly sharp today with a 17-6 record. Pure skill on display as he completely shuts down the challenge to bring the score even. He's fighting back with a lot of heart in these final stages. He puts it away instantly from the window, putting himself one step clear. The favorite is finally finding a way to seal the deal. An absolute stunner from the ramp to force a deadlock at 12-all. Absolute chaos as we head straight into overtime territory. The tide has completely turned. Phantom is now just one round away from closing this out. A textbook performance for the world #1. He stays composed during a tense exchange to keep this battle locked in a deadlock. Things have officially hit a fever pitch with a completely deadlocked scoreboard. Incredible hard from Catalyst to outlast him by a sliver of health and move into a one-round lead. He's just completely locked in right now. The tension is through the roof, with these two just trading blows back and forth. It is a total stalemate between these two right now. He keeps his cool from the ramp to take a commanding 15-14 lead. He's really making the most of his current momentum. What an answer. Phantom cleans up the exchange to level things back up at 15-15. That was an incredibly fast reset to bring things back to a draw. Catalyst strikes again to take a narrow 16-15 lead. Catalyst is just barely pulling Ridicule at 17-15. The pressure is really getting to the favorite. Catalyst is simply dominating, extending his lead to 18-15. He's completely dismantled the expected narrative for this matchup. Catalyst is absolutely cruising now, sitting at 19-15. The world #1 just ran out of steam in a complete war of attrition. He's finally got the victory he needed today. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Dunes for today's duel. We have Catalyst facing off against Vortex to see who takes the win. Catalyst owns a huge lead in their head-to-head history, but he's generally struggled to find success on this specific map. We'll see if those historical odds can actually translate to a lead today. We're deadlocked at 1 apiece as the dust settles. They're essentially neck and neck on our rating system. Unbelievable. Vortex manages to scrape through that one, picking the opponent off the box with a sliver of health left. Back to a stalemate with Catalyst and Vortex tied. He's definitely a step above most of the field right now. Catalyst pulls ahead, now leading the count 3-2. His recent form has been shaky, but he's looking sharp now. The momentum has completely shifted as he storms ahead with 3 straight victories. Vortex is really having a tough day in the server overall. Vortex answers back with a clean kill to keep the game tight. A tight gap between these two on our rating. Catalyst is showing a lot of confidence with a 19-16 record over the last day. It's a nice contrast to how the other side has been performing lately. He's really starting to flex that rating advantage. He just can't be stopped right now, claiming another effortless victory to extend his lead. A narrow rating difference, yet the gap in performance is wide. A gritty brawl that eventually goes to Vortex, cutting into that lead before the switch. He's certainly not letting these games slide away without a fight. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead going into the break. Right, he's proving why he's the favorite here. Vortex is hanging around, but he just hasn't been able to keep up with the pace. Time for a clean slate. Catalyst continues his dominant run to reach an 8-5 lead. Vortex is definitely feeling the pressure after those tough losses earlier today. Catalyst just secures another win, taking the round from the box. He's really cementing that top 5 rank today. He is just too fast right now, making a quick piece of work out of that exchange. This is exactly how their head-to-head usually plays out. The momentum is completely shifted as he storms ahead with another perfect encounter. Vortex manages to weather a heavy exchange, coming out on top of that firefight. Both of these players are comfortably sitting in that top 5 rank. What a scrap! He barely walks away from that firefight with his life, putting himself just 1 round away from the finish. The higher seeded player is simply refusing to let the game slip. Vortex manages to pull the trigger first, finally knocking the favorite off the box. A quick reaction from the underdog to halt that momentum. He stays frosty, continuing this run to keep the game alive. It's a tough spot to be in, trailing by 4. Absolute chaos in this exchange. He survives with just a single health point to keep his streak alive. That was a hard-stopping close call for the winner. What a final display. Catalyst closes it out with a stunning shot to secure the match. Vortex really pushed the pace there, but he just couldn't close the deal when it mattered most. He'll be gutted. What a fight. Welcome to the arena. We've got Phantom taking on Vortex in a high-stakes duel to see who comes out on top. Phantom currently holds a huge head-to-head lead of 2101 wins over Vortex. He really should have the upper hand here, given how he's controlled this rivalry long-term. It'll be interesting to see if Vortex can actually flip the script today. He's on fire now, taking a commanding 3-round lead into the early stages. It is a complete reversal from their last trip to the servers. A huge moment for Phantom, showing some grit as he pulls one back. Exactly why he's expected to dominate this meeting. He's really refusing to go away, securing another effortless point to keep the pressure high. And just like that, he evened things up by catching the target from the Tetris. Vortex is definitely feeling the pressure of that favorite label. Unbelievable. He's completely taken over the map, securing his 4th straight round to seize the lead. He is simply untouchable right now, picking up another effortless win to keep this roll going. Just a total shutdown. He is moving through this set of rounds with ease. The gap between these two in the ladder is really starting to show. Vortex puts up a strong fight here, shutting the door quickly to keep this series tight. The confidence is returning for the underdog. Vortex is really digging in here, picking up another clean round as we approach the break. Total chaos right now with the momentum shifting again. Phantom goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, he's playing exactly how you'd expect the world #1 to play. Vortex needs a big response if he wants to flip this result around. Time for a complete reset. He outlasts the exchange and walks away unscathed to keep the momentum shifting. He's really showing why he's the higher seeded player in this matchup. Claims a quick victory from the Tetris, shutting down that momentum swing completely. He's playing with the composure of a seasoned veteran. Vortex was sharp there, pulling off a great read to drop Phantom right off that box. A great response for the #5 seed in this match. Absolute madness. He manages to scrape through that brutal exchange with almost nothing left in the tank. Just a razor-thin margin of victory for him there. He's staying aggressive and grinding back into this, taking his lead to a 3-round gap. The top seed is starting to look like he's in full control. Vortex puts up a sharp response, walking away from that duel completely unscathed. He keeps the pressure on, shutting things down instantly to extend his lead. The gap in their rankings is really starting to play a part. He's really clawing back into this, and now he's just one step away from the victory. What a finish! He closes the door on his opponent to secure the victory. He just completely dominated the pace of this series, looking way too comfortable in those mid-game rallies. He really showed why he's sitting at that top spot right now. Welcome everyone, we have Catalyst and Phantom facing off on orange, where the favorite looks to dominate the match. Phantom is coming into this as the heavy favorite, and his 62% success rate on this particular map really justifies the confidence. He's looking incredibly sharp today and could easily pull away from the start. Phantom holds the edge with a narrow 2-1 lead. The world #1 is certainly making his presence felt. Phantom is really putting the pressure on here, turning this into a commanding lead early on. He's proving why he currently sits at the top of the ladder. Phantom is just one step ahead at 3-2. The historical edge here actually leans toward his side. Phantom is really pulling away now, leading 4-2. The top-rated man in the league is showing his class. Catalyst actually holds a slim lead over the long term, with a 53% win rate in their head-to-head meetings. But that history doesn't seem to matter much right now. It's becoming an uphill battle for him to find a way back into this. He's just relentless, taking another round to push his lead even further. He's playing exactly like the #1 ranked seed right now. A fast response from Catalyst to get back on the board. He's definitely showing the confidence of a top 3 player. Phantom is absolutely cruising now with a huge 8-3 lead. His strong form today is proving to be the deciding factor. We go into the break with Phantom leading 8-4, and honestly, the underdog is completely in charge. He's looking strong and is well on his way to a surprising victory today. Time for a clean slate. Catalyst finally claws one back to make it 5-8. A bit of a reversal from their last meeting on fast aim. Phantom maintains a 4-round cushion at 9-5. He's really capitalizing on his high win rate here today. Momentum is shifting just a bit here, with Catalyst starting to push back in this set. Phantom is just dominating, sitting comfortably at 10-6. The consistency from this guy is just a different level. The gap is just becoming too large for Catalyst to bridge now. The gap in their latest head-to-head result is now flipped. Catalyst isn't going down without a fight, keeping this set well within reach. He's keeping the pressure on after that victory on fast aim. Catalyst is refusing to let this slip away, putting together a nice little run to stay in the game. Another clean exchange for him to keep the hope alive. Wow, what a scrap. He barely survives that one to keep the rally going. The momentum has completely flipped in this stretch. Unbelievable. He's on a tear now, closing the gap to just 1 round. A complete turnaround from the early stages of the map. A swift response from Phantom to put his opponent on the ropes once again. It is starting to feel like the natural order is restored. He keeps fighting. A spotless win here to force a nail-biter for the final round. The pressure is really mounting for the favorite now. What an incredible fight back. He forces a deadlock at 12-all, pushing this duel into overtime. Nobody expected the match to stay this tight. Phantom is showing a lot of grit, shaking off that late pressure to reclaim the lead. That was an incredibly fast exchange to seize control. He just refuses to quit, forcing a dead heat in a massive shift of momentum. Both of these guys are playing on a knife's edge now, and it's almost impossible to tell who has the upper hand. It's a textbook performance from the top seed today. He shuts everything down with a perfect shot, putting him just one round away from victory. He's looking just as dangerous as he did at the start of this map. And there it is, a huge finish to secure the map for Phantom. He really had to dig deep to survive that overtime push. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Italy. We have Catalyst and Vortex facing off today to see who can claim the win. Catalyst has a dominant 68% win rate over his opponent in their overall head-to-head history. It makes sense that he is putting on the pressure early here, especially after winning their most recent meeting. It will be interesting to see if Vortex can actually find a way to break that pattern today. Catalyst is really cruising with a 2-1 lead. We're seeing the higher rated player establish his authority early. Vortex is playing out of his mind right now, shutting down Catalyst's hold from the wine boxes. Vortex has clawed back to a 3-2 advantage. He's definitely shaking off those recent losses right now. Total deadlock now with Catalyst and Vortex tied at 3. Both players are fighting hard to find consistency right now. Vortex is really speeding up his reactions, ending these exchanges almost instantly. Vortex has an 11-25 record today. It's actually impressive to see him ignore those struggles from earlier this afternoon and stay aggressive here. This is a great way for him to reset his momentum. Just like that, we're back to a dead heat. We're seeing a battle between two top 5 rated players. Vortex is really starting to put some distance between himself and his opponent as we head toward the half. Vortex holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, we expected Catalyst to take control here, but he's really struggling to keep up. This is a massive shift in momentum for the underdog. Let's see if Catalyst wakes up. Catalyst answers back from the wine, keeping this series incredibly tight. He's certainly feeling the pressure of that rank 3 spot. Vortex is really starting to exert his will here, catching Catalyst before he could even react from the wine. Vortex is pulling away now with a 9-6 cushion. That's a tough look for the favorite after their recent win over the underdog. The momentum has completely shifted over to his side and the pressure is mounting for Catalyst. He claims another win from the wine, keeping things interesting. He definitely knows how to grind out the tough ones. Vortex is really tightening his grip on this game, leaving Catalyst with very little room to breathe. Vortex is really fighting back after those tough losses today. He's not going to let the map slide away without a fight. A very high tier clash between these two today. What a slugfest. Vortex barely survives that chaotic trade to move within striking distance of the victory. That was a nail-biter of an exchange. Absolute brilliance. He shuts the door on this series and claims a massive victory. He's really shaking the dust off after a rough day. Just an incredible performance to secure the win here. Welcome to the arena. Phantom and Vortex are facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Phantom holds a clear advantage in their history, winning about 60% of their lifetime encounters. It's interesting that Vortex is the one starting with momentum today. We'll see if the overall favorite can recover from that slow start. Absolutely lethal. He's just completely shutting down any hopes of a comeback right now. Sharp response from the window as he manages to cut into the lead. He's finally starting to look like the favorite going into this. He is keeping up the pressure now, securing another clean round to close the gap. It feels like the early lead for the other side was a fluke. He's completely turned this around. The score is level now as he carries that momentum into round 7. Total reset of the board heading into the next half. Unreal. He just completely wipes the floor with the other guy, taking control of the match. He's putting on a clinic from the ramp. He just can't stop the bleed. With the momentum shifting entirely in Phantom's favor, Vortex is just completely out of options at the moment. Vortex manages to pick him off the ramp to keep this game close. It's showing a bit of a different story than their 13-8 clash earlier. He's showing great resilience, pulling ahead to a 2-round advantage. Everything is lining up with the pre-match expectations right now. Vortex is refusing to back down, holding that ramp height to keep this series right on the line. Vortex is definitely fighting for his life to stay in this. We're all tied up at 6 apiece. Well, the underdog is proving he belongs here today. Phantom has stayed right in it and is looking very capable of taking the full series. Time to switch it up. Vortex grabs a narrow lead as we enter round 13. Vortex is showing some serious grit against the league's top seed. He just keeps digging in, evening the score and putting immense pressure on his opponent. It's a total toss-up now, regardless of who the experts picked. What a scrap. Both of them were nearly out of health, but he manages to edge this one out by a hair. A frantic exchange that barely went his way. He catches his opponent right in the window to tie things up and keep this comeback alive. Absolute deadlock as we head into the final stretch. Vortex edges ahead by 1 as we enter round 17. Vortex is proving that the rating gap isn't everything today. He manages to outlast the exchange, bringing the score back to a dead even split. Absolute chaos as neither side can truly pull away. Vortex barely holds the lead as we hit round 19. Vortex is really finding his footing against the league's top player. Phantom is just not going away, refusing to let this slip and forcing a deadlock at 10 apiece. The comeback is fully underway as he claims another round to take the lead. The composure from the top-seeded player is exactly what we expected. Just out-muscles his opponent off the ramp to put himself one step away from victory. Tough spot for the trailing player to be in right now. What a finish. Phantom closes out the series with a stunning surge to claim victory. He really had to dig deep to secure that one. Vortex pushed him to the absolute limit today. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone, we have Catalyst and Phantom facing off on red line to see who takes the win today. Phantom is currently on an 80% win rate in his last 10 games. That high ceiling is putting a lot of pressure on Catalyst. It will be interesting to see if that momentum continues now that we've moved to a map where Catalyst historically has the advantage. Phantom holds a narrow lead as we head into round 3. The current world, number 1, is certainly playing his part here. Catalyst holds the ramp and keeps things deadlocked. This one is practically a mirror image of the first few rounds, showing a lot of resilience given a recent loss to the world number 1. Catalyst fights back to pull ahead with a 3-2 lead. He's proving he can handle the best player on the ladder. Just can't find an answer to this current pace, keeping the pressure high for another round. Everything is swinging in the opposite direction of that blame orange result. Phantom reacts quickly to shut that down and claw back into the game. It's a huge shift in energy from their last duel today. And now we are completely tied up at 4 apiece. The overall head-to-head lead sits with a 3rd ranked player. What a scrap! Both players were fighting on the ramp and he somehow barely survives the exchange to take the lead. The high-rated favorite is starting to feel some heat here. A perfect stalemate as both sides hit 5. That's exactly how he's been rolling through his recent games. Catalyst holds the advantage from the ramp and now pushes his lead to 1. He's definitely leaning into that historical head-to-head lead. We're all squared up at 6 each heading into the break. I mean, this is playing out exactly how we predicted with Catalyst staying competitive. Let's see if he can keep this energy after the switch. Resetting for the second half. Phantom edges ahead and claims a 7th round. He's really capitalized on that recent run of form. Phantom is just too quick for him, picking Catalyst right off that ramp to extend the gap. Phantom stays in control with a slim 8-7 lead. He's definitely making the most of his high historical success here. Phantom has been on a tear today, winning 20 of his last 27 games. It is really starting to look like he is the one in control despite the overall rankings gap. This particular matchup is becoming a real uphill battle for Catalyst. Catalyst looks a lot more comfortable now, using that ramp to force a trade and level things up. The world number 1 is finally looking a bit vulnerable. Complete parity now as we hit a 9-9 deadlock. It's a tight spot for the top seed in this series. A brutal clash for both, but he comes out on top for another victory. That was a fierce trade, but he gets the... A huge swing for the number 3 seed right now. He's just untouchable right now, securing another win from the ramp to extend his streak. Phantom puts an end to that run, cleaning him off the ramp to stay in the fight. It's a great show of strength from the top. Absolute chaos in that exchange, and he barely walks away alive to hit match point. He really dug deep to secure that close victory. Phantom answers back with a clean shot from the Tetris to keep this contest going. He managed to stabilize things just in... He takes total control from the ramp, tying this series up at 12 apiece. Unbelievable. He barely scrapes through that fight from the ramp to take a 13-12 lead. A precarious position to be in for the world's top player. Phantom takes it from the ramp, forcing us into an intense overtime battle. He's certainly showing why he occupies that top seat. Phantom catches him on the ramp again, really putting the pressure on now. The top seed is proving his dominance in the closing stages. Absolute precision from the ramp as Phantom puts his opponent away with a clean strike. His superior form is fully on display in this series. Catalyst refuses to go down quietly, knocking him off the ramp to force another round. Timely response to keep this game alive. He's firmly back in the driver's seat, taking full control of the server as we hit a dead heat. The underdog is standing tall in this overtime war. Phantom holds the lead by a single round now. Pure madness here. Catalyst and Phantom are deadlocked at 16. Catalyst claims the edge with a 17-16 lead. A great way to bounce back after that loss on orange. Catalyst is surging ahead with an 18-16 advantage. It's a complete turnaround for the higher seeded player. Catalyst is practically untouchable, pushing his lead to 19-16. He really clawed his way back into this one to take a huge victory in overtime. Just a gritty performance today. What a series. Welcome back to the league. We've got Catalyst taking on Vortex today on the Dunes map. Catalyst has a commanding historical lead in their head-to-head battles, winning 68% of the time. It's a huge advantage that clearly weighs on Vortex today. We'll see if the top seed can actually translate those stats into a clean sweep. He is absolutely relentless right now, cruising to a 3-0 lead. The rank 3 seed is looking formidable today. Vortex is showing some grit, picking him right off the box to get back into this. Expectations were high for the favorite, but this is keeping it close. Unreal. He almost goes down with the duel, but a frantic exchange of shots leaves him as the sole survivor. He's barely holding on to his life after those last 2 engagements. Completely untouchable. He levels the playing field and erases that early deficit. The underdog is certainly shaking off the nerves now. He secures the win here to reclaim a narrow lead. He's certainly trying to put that loss on Italy behind him. What a response. He completely takes control of the match, bringing the score back to an even split. The momentum is swinging heavily now, with the challenger edging ahead in this series. We're seeing a real shift in the dynamic here. A strong sequence of plays puts him in total control, securing another victory to stretch the gap. The pressure is mounting for the higher seed to find a way back. He's just too strong right now, maintaining this flurry of points as we approach the break. He's practically sight-reading his opponent's movement at this point. Vortex takes a comfortable 8-4 lead into the break. Honestly, Catalyst is looking very shaky against a player he usually dominates. The underdog is putting up a serious fight for the win here. Time to see if he recovers. He's just not letting up, continuing his strong run to push the lead to 9-4. The script has completely flipped on this one. Vortex is currently operating at a 50% success rate on this map. Well, that stability gives him a huge psychological edge over Catalyst's struggling form today. Now the pressure is on to see if the higher seed can actually close the gap. Vortex recovers his composure and puts an end to that small run of success from his opponent. A complete reversal of expectations for the higher seed. He secures another win from the box to put himself just a single round away from victory. Unbelievable effort. Vortex closes out the series and secures the final round. He really just shook the world with that performance, proving he can hold his own against the best. Welcome to the stream. Phantom and Vortex are facing off on orange to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Phantom enters this duel with a 60% head-to-head advantage. It's interesting because we saw him take the victory in their most recent meeting as well. He'll want to use that confidence to flip the script here. Vortex is really starting to pull ahead early. It's certainly a tough spot for the #1 seed right now. They're trading rounds back and forth, making this an incredibly tight start to the set. He's certainly proving why he holds that top spot on the ladder. Phantom edges ahead by a single round. He's definitely playing like the top seed. Absolute deadlock now with both players sitting at 3. A really solid showing from the #5 seed today. Unbelievable. He survives by a mere sliver of health to take the round. He's definitely leaning on that high seed experience now. Another tie. We're completely even at 4 apiece. Neither player is giving an inch right now. Phantom recaptures the momentum with a narrow 1-round lead. Phantom has been on fire today, putting up a strong 28 record over the last 24 hours. Well, seeing that momentum translate into this lead makes perfect sense. He's effectively taking control of the server here. Phantom goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, the betting community really underestimated him coming into this one. He's comfortably in front after that strong 3-round run to close the half. Time to see if Vortex can respond. Phantom is extending his lead to a 3-round cushion. Vortex is really struggling to find a way back into this. Phantom is just running away with this, leading 9-5. This is exactly what we'd expect from a world #1. Vortex is refusing to just fade away. He's keeping himself right in the mix. That's the kind of fight we saw in their previous fast aim encounter. Phantom is really cruising now, commanding a 4-round gap. Just a clean showing for the top seed today. Vortex is falling behind fast, and it's becoming a real uphill battle for him to close this gap. Completely effortless shot there, placing him just 1 step away from a victory. Game over. Phantom puts the final nail in the coffin to seal the series. He looked completely untouchable out there today, especially with that sub-1 second reaction time on his fastest round. Welcome everyone, we've got Catalyst and Phantom facing off on Mapas for this match. Let's see who takes the win. Phantom is playing with a massive advantage here given his 70% win rate on this specific layout. It's a sharp contrast to how Catalyst has fared in the past. We'll see if those historical struggles continue for the number 3 seed. Things are completely leveled now with both players tied. Their overall head-to-head history leans in favor of Catalyst. What a fight, he barely scrapes through that exchange to take a lead. The world number 1 is feeling the pressure right now. Everything is back on the line at 2 apiece. He's really riding a wave today with a 21-8 record. Phantom grabs a narrow lead, putting him up 3-2. He's really acting like the top dog right now. The pace of these games has picked up significantly and Catalyst is clearly reacting faster right now. Unreal. He clings to life by a thread to claim the lead from the ramp. A tough spot for the top-rated man on the ladder right now. Absolutely crushing it now. That is another clean sweep as he extends his lead. This is a huge shift for the best player in the league. He's just outclassing him right now, securing another rapid win from the ramp. He's really turning the tide against the top seed. Momentum is simply overwhelming now as he extends the lead to 7-3. A tough spot for the best player on the ladder. Another fierce skirmish from the ramp and he's just not letting up. Really surprising a game is going this one-sided given the pre-match projections. Catalyst is cruising with a 9-3 lead heading into the break. I mean, the favorite is putting on a clinic and completely silencing the crowd. He's really capitalizing on that 7-round run to take a grip on the game. Let's see a different side of things. Phantom is currently boasting a 21-8 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this half. Now the real test is if he can use that confidence to claw back from this deficit. Catalyst is just dominating a 10-4 lead here. He's really keeping that recent head-to-head advantage alive. Phantom is really struggling to find an answer here, just getting picked apart. The top-rated guy in the league is looking completely lost. Just one more victory needed, and he's looking completely untouchable right now. Simply out of options for the opponent at this stage. Absolute perfection to close it out. He shuts the door and secures the match. It's a huge result for the 3rd seed, who clearly didn't care about the odds today. Welcome everyone, we've got Catalyst and Vortex facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Catalyst has a massive lead in the lifetime head-to-head with 535 wins over Vortex. It's definitely a historical advantage, but we've seen Vortex take the most recent encounter between these two. It'll be interesting to see if Catalyst can reclaim that dominance here. Catalyst is really starting to build some momentum here after that clean play from the ramp. He's certainly playing a bit better than his last trip to the Dunes. We're all square now. Catalyst and Vortex are deadlocked. The gap between the 3rd and 5th rank is practically non-existent here. Vortex has all the momentum right now, taking out Catalyst from the toolbox to move a step closer to a lead. Catalyst just showed a lightning fast reaction, shutting down Vortex right as he stepped up onto the ramp. It's a tight battle between two of the top 5 on the ladder. Vortex keeps the pressure on, cleaning up Catalyst from the ramp to widen that gap. The number 5 seed is staying composed in this series. We've got a total stalemate at 4 apiece. He's had a bit more success overall in the last 24 hours. What a scrap. Both players were trading heavy damage, but he barely walks away from that exchange. Both of these players have spent a lot of time on this map. Catalyst gets the upper hand from the ramp, keeping this series incredibly close. The top 3 seed is looking to regain some ground here. Vortex reads the play perfectly, picking off Catalyst while he's perched up on that wine box. He's really finding some confidence after that dominant outing on the Dunes. Vortex holds a 7-5 edge as we head into the break. I mean, the higher rated player is struggling to take control here. Catalyst needs to find a way to shut this down if he wants to avoid a major slip-up. Vortex barely holds on to that slim one-round advantage. A tough day for him so far with that 11-26 record. Catalyst has a 68% career win rate against his opponent. But that historical dominance is barely visible today, while Vortex maintains this surprising edge. He's really defying the odds in this one. Absolute chaos now as Catalyst levels things up at 8-all. He is really putting the pressure on now. That was an incredibly fast exchange, just sheer speed from Vortex to reclaim the lead. Vortex is really piling on the heat right now, quickly shutting Catalyst down from the toolbox. It's been a challenging set of games for the number 5 seed today. Vortex manages to scrap his way out of that duel, finally pushing him off the ramp. The lower rated player is truly dominating the pace today. What a nail beater! Vortex barely clutches that out, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. That was an absolute scramble for the remaining health. He answers back perfectly, picking Vortex right off the toolbox to stay alive. A sudden shift in the energy as we hit the home stretch. He secures another win from the ramp as the deficit continues to shrink. The confidence is returning to the favorite in this clash. What a finish. Vortex secures the final hit to close out the series. He really played his heart out to get back into this, but just couldn't close the gap. Truly a tenacious performance. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Red Line. We've got Phantom and Vortex facing off to see who can take the win today. Incredible. Vortex scrapes through that absolute war of attrition with just a sliver of health left. Phantom holds a huge historical lead with a 60% head-to-head win rate, but those numbers aren't helping him right now. He's clearly feeling the pressure of the early deficit. I wonder if he can reclaim his usual composure before this slips away. Deadlock at 2-all, and both players look shook. He's definitely looking to repeat that dominant 13-6 performance from their last meeting. What a turnaround! He's now claiming 3 straight to take the lead. The league's top-rated player is certainly finding his form. Vortex puts him down of the Tetris to bring the series back to a draw. Vortex is playing the role of spoiler perfectly today. Phantom had the better read there, catching Vortex as he tried to hold that ramp. Having a rougher start to his day with that 12 and 25 record. Phantom's just too strong from that ramp. He's starting to put some real distance between them. The top seat is finally starting to assert his control. Vortex had a great read on that angle, managing to outduel him right there on the ramp. Coming off that narrow loss to Catalyst earlier today. Phantom is currently boasting a 21-9 record today, and it's really starting to show in how he's controlling the pace here. He seems to have a much stronger handle on this set than his opponent does. I'm curious if Vortex can actually find a way to break this momentum. Phantom heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, we expected Vortex to put up a fight, but he's just not keeping up with the pace. Phantom is firmly in the driver's seat right now. Vortex needs to dig deep here. Phantom is firmly in control with an 8-5 advantage. It's a tough spot to be in after that defeat to Catalyst. Phantom's pulling even further ahead at 9-5. It's looking like a predictable outcome for the world #1. Phantom just can't be shaken from that high ground right now. He is really putting that #1 rating to the test today. He is just completely untouchable right now, moving toward a landslide victory. The gap between these two seats is looking pretty wide right now. A surprisingly slow exchange, but he manages to secure the point. Vortex managed to secure a strong 13-10 victory over Catalyst earlier today. Phantom secures a huge lead for himself, firing from the ramp to put the match on the line. He's making this look as easy as his recent matches. Absolutely phenomenal. Phantom secures the final kill from the boxes to shut it down. He's just completely outclassed his opponent today, continuing that massive run across the board. Welcome everyone. We've got Catalyst and Phantom facing off in the arena where a strong favorites meets a top-ranked rival. Phantom manages to catch Catalyst out from the Tetris pieces to open the map. The world number 1 starts this set with a clean strike. Catalyst holds the historical advantage with a 53% win rate in their head-to-head meetings. He's certainly the stronger player in their long-term rivalry. It'll be interesting to see if he can find a way to disrupt Phantom's early momentum. He's just completely untouchable right now, taking full control of this early stage. The top-seeded player is looking absolutely flawless right now. An absolute rampage now as he secures his 5th straight victory. He's currently riding a wave of confidence after that strong showing against Vortex. Finally, a response from Catalyst to put a halt to that runaway start. A critical shift in pace from the world number 1. Phantom still holds a massive 6-1 lead here. Coming off that strong 22-9 record over the last day. Catalyst manages to find an opening from the Tetris, keeping this set within reach. Phantom is really putting his skill to use here with a 22-9 record over the last day. And honestly, he's playing with a level of composure that makes this high score gap feel entirely expected. He's making it very difficult for Catalyst to build any forward momentum. Unbelievable. He barely scrapes through that exchange, surviving with a tiny sliver of health to take control of the game. We head into the break with a 9-3 lead for Phantom. I mean, this is an incredible start for the underdog given how well Catalyst usually plays on this map. He's going to need a huge shift in energy to climb back into this time for a complete reset. Another quick round for the world number 3, shutting down Phantom even from that high ground. It's interesting to see him struggle after that dominant win on Mapas. He's really starting to chip away at that lead, using the ramp effectively to stack up a few more points. We're seeing some of that top 5 skill showing up now. Phantom is still firmly in the driver's seat at 10-5. That top spot on the ladder is looking very secure right now. Phantom is just completely outclassing him right now, making this a very one-sided affair. It's becoming clear why he holds that number 1 spot on the ladder. He just dismantles the competition, catching his opponent right off the ramp to reach match point. That's a crashing way to end the comeback attempt. He manages to take out his opponent right off the ramp to stay in this. Still got some fight left in him. Just a momentary lapse in concentration from the favorite. He just refuses to go down quietly, putting up a serious fight. He's proving that his higher ranking isn't just for show. And there it is. He secures the final kill and claims the victory. He's really asserting himself at the top of the ladder today. Just a sheer display of power from the world number 1. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Catalyst and Vortex facing off on orange to see who takes the win. Catalyst holds a dominant 68% win rate in their overall head-to-head history. The two of them just played an hour ago where Vortex managed to pull out a win. It'll be interesting to see who can claim the momentum moving forward. He is simply on another level right now, taking a full 3-round lead. Just a total shutout right now as he keeps the streak alive. The top 5 seed is really putting the pressure on. Vortex answers back immediately to keep this game competitive. It's a tight gap between these two on the ladder. Unreal, he barely scrapes through that exchange, clutching the win with a sliver of health left. The top 5 seed is showing exactly why he carries that rating. Vortex has historically underperformed here, winning just over half of his matches on this map. Well, it's a stark contrast to Catalyst's struggle in this area, and we're seeing that confidence translate into a much stronger performance today. Catalyst is just relentless, pushing his lead to 6-2. Vortex is having a rougher run overall today with that 12-25 record. Catalyst is just steaming ahead now, sitting at 7-2. He's really making the most of those huge head-to-head numbers. Simply a wall of speed from the favorite, who just completely shut the door on any hopes of a comeback. He's just untouchable right now, keeping the heat on as we head into the break. Catalyst takes a huge 9-3 lead, right? He's playing exactly like the favorite we expected to see. He's effectively dismantled Vortex's defense to build a massive early cushion. Time for a total reset. Vortex claws back one, trailing 9-4 now. He's fighting hard to keep that number 5 spot in the rankings. Catalyst is just cruising now with a 10-4 lead. The favorite really seems to be in control today. The gap is just widening at this point. Catalyst is making it look way too easy. The number 3 seed is showing some serious poise right now. Perfectly clean shot to put him on the verge of victory. He's really validating that high seeding with this level of play. Vortex manages to snag another one, delaying the inevitable just a bit longer. It's a bold effort to keep the deficit at 7. He's staying sharp, securing another quick round to keep the fight going. Still a mountain to climb for the underdog here. What a finish! He survives a wild trade to secure the final round and the match. He really settled the score after that loss earlier today, proving he's still the king of this rivalry. Welcome to the Dunes. We have Phantom and Vortex facing off to see who can take the lead today. Phantom holds a commanding 60% win rate in their head-to-head history and is carrying a lot of momentum coming into this set. I mean, that confidence is palpable after the way he just closed out the opening round. Let's see if Vortex can find an answer. Phantom's pulling away now, sitting on a 2-1 lead. He looks incredibly sharp, especially after that clean sweep in his last game. This is a real toss-up right now. Both players are trading rounds back and forth in a very tight struggle. Vortex is fighting hard to erase the memory of that last blowout. Phantom barely edges ahead, but Vortex stays right there. He's really making a case for that #1 spot on the ladder. A complete deadlock at 3-0 for these two. He's really stepping up despite that rough 12-25 run over the last day. Vortex is really putting the pressure on here, grabbing another quick one to keep the momentum shifting. It's a bit concerning for the current league favorite. Vortex is simply outclassing his opponent right now, taking a healthy lead into the next round. The favorite is starting to look vulnerable. And he answers back immediately to trim that gap to 4-5. It's a great look for the top seed right now. Total parity now as Phantom brings it back to 5 apiece. Phantom holds his ground and takes the lead. Really heating up as we head into the break. That was a closer call than the last two. Phantom heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, we were expecting Vortex to walk away with this one, but the underdog is actually playing the better game right now. He's simply holding his ground. Fresh start for both of them. Phantom is showing why he holds the #1 rating in our league, and his performance today perfectly mirrors his recent 23-9 record from the last day. This kind of precision puts Vortex in a very difficult position to recover. He just cannot be stopped, securing another effortless round to put a huge dent in the opposition's hope. The onslaught just keeps coming as he cruises to an 11-5 lead. Absolute perfection. He has now secured 5 straight kills and is just a single round away from victory. Unbelievable level of consistency on display here. Finally, a pushback from Vortex, putting a stop to the momentum shift. He needs a massive surge to close the gap now. Another swift reaction from Vortex to hold off the pressure. Just a split second and it was over. Vortex is on fire, keeping this alive with another huge response. He's putting up a serious fight to keep this series alive. What a scramble, he barely survives that trade to keep the run alive. Total chaos in that exchange, but he still managed to pull through. What a finish. Phantom shuts the door with a perfect final shot to seal the series. He's just continuing to dominate these head-to-head matchups, proving exactly why he's sitting at the top of the rankings. Welcome everyone, we're on Italy today as Catalyst and Phantom face off to see who comes out on top. Phantom is certainly the more comfortable player here, with a 66% win rate on this specific map. And that historical edge is being backed up by a dominant 24-9 run over the last day. It will be interesting to see if he can maintain this pace against a top 5 opponent. Phantom holds the edge, pushing his lead to 2-1. The head-to-head record actually leans toward Catalyst in their long history. Catalyst is putting on some serious pressure now, flipping the script completely. Phantom stays in control, moving ahead 3-2. Looking every bit like the top dog on the ladder. The momentum is shifting as Catalyst manages to hold that wine position and even the score. Phantom claws back the lead to make it 4-3. The world #1 is starting to flex that skill gap. Phantom really is firing on all cylinders right now with a 70% win rate in his recent outings. And honestly, he's clearly making the most of his current run of form. I wonder if Catalyst has a plan to stop this momentum before it gets too out of hand. Catalyst is making a strong push here, successfully defending that wine position to put the pressure back on Phantom. Phantom is really playing fast today, quickly shutting down that angle to take the lead. The #1 seed is proving his ranking today. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead heading into the break. He's playing exactly to his recent form. Catalyst was expected to take this one, but he's struggling to keep up with the pace right now. Let's see how they adjust now. Phantom is just relentless, extending the gap to 8-5. The best player in the world is simply looking too sharp. What a reaction! He's refusing to go away, shutting that down in a flash. A precise read, and he walks away without taking a single point of damage. He's really digging in to narrow this gap. Phantom holds a narrow 2-round lead at 9-7. Having already secured a win against him today, the confidence is high. Phantom's just too strong, pulling away to a 10-7 lead. The one seed is really asserting himself tonight. Another clean sweep for the leader as he continues to pile on the pressure. He manages to break that rhythm, putting a stop to the streak. He's definitely fighting to prove those head-to-head numbers right. Another fast reflex play puts the leader on the verge of victory. Unreal. He just wipes the floor with that final shot to close out the series. He's really making a statement here, proving he's the man to beat regardless of who's on the other side. Welcome everyone to the Fast Aim map. We've got Catalyst taking on Vortex in a great matchup today. Catalyst really owns this matchup, holding a dominant head-to-head win rate of 68%. It's a huge mental advantage that usually translates to a faster start. Now, we just have to see if Vortex can actually find a way to flip the script today. Catalyst is pushing ahead with a 2-1 lead. Looking back, both players have had a rough run in their last few games. Vortex is staying sharp, putting the pressure on and punishing Catalyst for playing too high up on the box. Vortex is really starting to pick up speed and he just shuts Catalyst down while he's holding the ramp. He's definitely shaking off that bad start from the earlier games. Absolutely commanding right now. That's 3 straight for the underdog. A quick response from Catalyst to hold the momentum. He's looking to replicate that 13-6 result they had recently. Catalyst secures the round from the toolbox and quickly evens things up. A battle of 2 top 5 ladder rivals right here. Vortex keeps a slim lead, currently sitting at 5-4. Vortex is really putting on a show right now, catching Catalyst as he tried to hold that ramp. A huge clash on the ramp there, and Catalyst manages to come out on top. The difference in rankings is slim, but he's definitely showing his class. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, he's defying the odds right now. Catalyst usually owns this rivalry, but the underdog is playing the better game today. Let's see who finds the rhythm first. Vortex holds the edge by a single point. He's definitely playing with that top 3 rank confidence. Vortex was far too quick there. Capitalizing on that window angle to widen his lead. He's definitely showing he can hang with the top 3 seed. Vortex is barely clinging to an 8-7 lead. That was an incredibly fast exchange to get back into it. Total deadlock now with Catalyst and Vortex tied at 8. The momentum is shifting back toward the favorite here. He's completely taken control now, securing a 3rd straight win to take the lead. The gap in their overall win percentages is becoming evident here. Vortex manages to shut things down and knocks him off the ramp for the tie. He's fighting hard to avoid another result like that 13-6 blowout. Catalyst regains the upper hand, moving 1 clear at 10-9. Vortex is having a tough day overall, currently sitting at 11 wins. And just like that, we are deadlocked at 10 apiece. Neither player has looked particularly comfortable in their latest matches today. Unreal, he survives by the skin of his teeth in a chaotic trade to take the lead. Pure efficiency from Catalyst, shutting the door on the opposition to reach a towering 12-10 lead. Unbelievable, Catalyst closes it out with a perfect shot and secures the match. Vortex truly put him through the ringer today, especially with those lightning fast snaps early on. He'll be gutted to fall just short. What a fight. Welcome to Red Line. We have Phantom and Vortex facing off today to see who comes out on top. Phantom enters this match as the league leader, but the current scoreline isn't reflecting his status as the top seed. He's actually in exceptional form lately and should be able to shake off that slow start. Vortex is really putting on a show early here, completely shutting down those Tetris angles. A surprising turn for a guy who usually dominates this pair. Vortex is simply untouchable right now, securing another effortless win. Goodness, that was a nail-biter. Vortex barely walks away with this one, securing a huge lead. He's really defying the odds with this start. Phantom finally finds his mark, picking Vortex off the ramp. Expectations were high for the #1 seed coming into this. Phantom claims another one from the ramp, showing real grit as he claws his way back. He's starting to look like the top seed we expected. What a scramble. Vortex clings to the lead by a thread after nearly getting erased from the ramp. Vortex is really shaking off those recent losses with a strong showing. Absolute chaos. He survives by the skin of his teeth to bring this score to 3-5. That's another incredibly tight finish for the #1 seed. Vortex is currently fighting an uphill battle after going 11-26 in his last few matches. He's really flipping the script today by maintaining his lead despite that poor run of form. It'll be interesting to see if he can hold this gap as the game progresses. He's really digging in now, weathering the storm to close the gap before the switch. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the break. Honestly, this is a total toss-up right now. Despite the betting lean towards Vortex, Phantom is proving why he's sitting at the top of the rankings by staying right in the fight. Time for a total reset. Vortex really shuts the door on that ramp play, reclaiming the lead as we head deeper into the second half. It's a huge effort from someone currently in a deep slump. Stunningly fast response from the top seed to even the playing field. A lightning fast exchange to keep the score locked. Vortex keeps the pressure up, quickly picking Phantom off the ramp to push the lead back to 1. A tough break for the higher rated side of this pair. Vortex is picking him right off the ramp. Again, really stacking up a cushion here. It's becoming quite the struggle for the league's top-rated player. Unreal, he barely survives that fight, digging deep to knock his opponent off the ramp. He's really making the most of his 50% all-time win rate. Total carnage there, but he hangs on by a thread to keep the pressure climbing. Purely an instinctive react from the top seed to snap that chain. He's staying incredibly sharp, securing another clean takedown to keep the rally alive. A very disciplined run from the higher seed as we approach the finish. He's really holding his ground on that ramp, and he's just a couple more rounds away from sealing this. Despite the overall win rate gap, his head-to-head record is looking surprisingly tight. Absolute madness. He survives a brutal firefight on the ramp to keep this rally going. He just barely scraped through that one. Vortex is an absolute wall right now, moving into a position to end this match immediately. What a fight. Phantom holds his ground from the triple box to keep this series alive. He's staying incredibly composed despite that pressure. Unbelievable. Vortex wipes him off the Tetris to secure the victory. A massive result here, especially given how heavily the top seed was favored to take this. Just an incredible way to snap that losing streak. What a performance. Welcome everyone to the arena. We've got Catalyst taking on Phantom in a battle to see who comes out on top. Phantom is currently playing as the league leader and he is certainly showing that prestige early. It's a strong start for him considering he managed to close out their previous head-to-head meeting as well. We have to see if Catalyst can respond. Phantom holds a tight 2-1 lead heading into this. He's clearly comfortable against the league's #1 player. The momentum is shifting completely. This is looking less like an upset and more like a statement from the top seed. Phantom's now just a step ahead, leading 3-2. Surprisingly, Catalyst actually holds the overall advantage in their head-to-head history. Catalyst is absolutely on fire right now, securing that victory from the ramp to bring things completely level. Absolute perfection from the top seed, taking control of the map with a commanding lead. The #1 player is suddenly under a lot of pressure. A fast response there, bringing the score level at 4-4. He's been in incredible form throughout the day so far. Phantom is playing great, just denying that high ground advantage to grab another round. His confidence is peaking after that dominant showing against Vortex. He's just too sharp right now, putting together a strong 3-round run. He's riding a lot of confidence after that 25-10 stretch today. A strong response here as he keeps the deficit to just 1 round. A really tight battle for those top 3 spots on the ladder. We're all square at 6-6. I mean, this is exactly the kind of deadlock we expected to see from these two. Both players have found their footing and they're headed into the second half completely level. Fresh start now. Catalyst edges ahead, taking a narrow 7-6 lead. The historical edge for Catalyst is definitely starting to show. Catalyst has been a titan here with a 71% success rate on the map. And honestly, it's feeling like a total reversal from their last encounter. Now it's just a matter of whether he can close the gap for good. Another huge play from the boost, and he's simply refusing to let up right now. The world #1 is looking very vulnerable right now. Phantom shows some real grit here, picking him off the ramp to tighten the gap. Still needs a significant push to flip the script. Catalyst is pulling away now, extending it to 10-7. The momentum is completely shifting from that earlier match on Italy P. That was lightning fast. Catalyst is really putting the pressure on and has clearly figured out the pace of this match. Phantom is refusing to let that lead slip away, showing some real toughness in this set. Phantom maintains his poise here, finding the target effortlessly to pull closer. Tough stretch for Catalyst to navigate right now. Huge recovery, and he secures this one from the ramp to move to match point. Everything is on the line for the top seed now. Unbelievable. He closes it out with a final blow from the Tetris to seal the series. He really proved he can handle the heat when it counts today. A massive victory over the #1 seed to take the series. What a fight. Welcome everyone. We have Catalyst and Vortex facing off on Mapas to see who can reach 13 rounds first. What a fight. Catalyst barely escapes with his life after securing the kill from the ramp. Catalyst owns the head-to-head with a massive 537-255 lead. It's a historical dominance that definitely explains why we're seeing this start. I wonder if Vortex can find a way to shake that psychological weight early on. He's just on fire right now, completing a perfect opening set. Just a few ranks apart on the ladder, but this feels like a goal. Absolutely effortless. He's just completely outclassing his opponent right now. A brutal exchange where he manages to come out on top. The numbers on this map actually favor the underdog. Catalyst is simply cruising with a commanding 6-1 lead. His current form has been tougher, but he's clearly locked in. Catalyst has already beaten Vortex earlier today with a close 13-10 score. It's that confidence from their most recent meeting that seems to be fueling this current run. He really knows exactly how to dismantle this specific opponent. Vortex finally manages to clear the air with a quick reaction. It's a tight gap between the 3rd and 5th ranked players. Catalyst is just relentless, holding a huge 9-2 advantage. He's playing some high-level stuff, keeping his focus after that brief stumble. Catalyst holds a 10-2 lead as we head into the break. Well, he's playing exactly like the favorite we expected to see today. It will take a huge shift from Vortex to close this gap. Vortex needs a spark here. The momentum is simply too strong for Vortex to handle right now. That was another nail biter, almost losing his lead there. He wins another duel, leaving him just one step from victory. Squeezing out another quick win to tighten the noose. And there it is. He closes the deal with a perfect final shot to secure the match. It's just another day at the office for the top seed. He really has this matchup figured out.